A 20s house with creaky old floors. Motor City maniac, Detroit's a folklore. He's got pride, Detroit in his veins. With blue by his side, they're breaking chains. Lions on Sunday, cards in his hand. Maniac swagger, the king of the land. Motor City maniac, swinging through the night. Heavy beats and horns under neon lights. Poker face bold with a fiery soul. Detroit grit in a rock and roll stroll. The Motor City beats, blues wagging his tail as they move their feet. On YouTube screens, he's Detroit's king. Stories of the city in the songs he brings. Never backs down, always stands tall. Maniac strides through it all. Rolls the dice, smoke rises high. Underneath stars and midnight skies. Fedors his crown, blues his crew. Living his legend, tried and true. Motor City maniac, swinging through the night. Heavy beats and horns under neon lights. Poker face bold with a fiery soul. Detroit grit in a rock and roll Detroit streets where legends rise. Maniac and blue under stone and rock skies. Streets where legends rise. Maniac and blue under stone and rock skies.
What's happening, everybody? I see Siegel came in on time when I was supposed to start. I was over at Citizen Z's. We were testing out his GBT and asking it questions and everything. Just was kind of cool. Have to check out Citizen Z, everybody. I should drop its link. Let me see here. Let's see. All right. How come? Interesting. Okay, it's not showing that. Hey, Snarky, how you doing? Yes, you can add rum to your coffee. And yes, you can come up. Wait, what's going on here? Wow, I was wondering what was going on. At the end of the song goes blank or like a black screen. And I didn't know that. Well, I was on another tab, so that's why I didn't know. Let's see. Did I get it? White Standard, Jerry's, cream and soda. just do? Nothing. Erased it. That's what happened. Yes, you're more than welcome to come up. Link. And let me see here. Oh, I'm going to put that on too. You can turn the camera off. Okay, I was giving you a second.
Why would I turn the camera off?
Well, some people like to turn it off. I have to say.
Ron, I got 2,000 plus videos, 4 fucking channels. I'm out there. And I'm a little drunk, but only a little. We're working on it.
Thanks for stopping up. How you been?
Oh man, I'm rocking it. I'm rocking it.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty
Oh,
good.
am I allowed to smoke on your thing? Yeah. You
Yeah,
are.
you're allowed. I'm not monetized or anything. You can swear.
Yeah,
you
me.
can-
Yeah.
No.
Fuck yeah.
Trust me, it ain't gonna bother me. I've outlived all my strikes so far. So
Yeah, me too. Wrong button. No, that was the right button. Damn. Anybody here?
we've
There
got
it is.
6 people in here.
Looky there, looky there. Yeah, my son bought me some Sailor Jerry's and got me some Jones soda, cream soda. So it's clear. I love that. I hate fake colors.
Sailor Jerry's, is that a liquor?
Oh my God, Sailor! You don't know Sailor Jerry's? Sorry,
No.
it's a spiced rum, and it comes. If you could see, you probably can't see on the back of the front label. There's an old school tattoo.
Okay.
You know,
Say
like pinup girls and anchors and shit.
it's the cousin to Captain Morgan's.
Captain Morgan's is diesel fuel compared to Sailor Jerry's.
Yeah.
Yep, Sailor Jerry's pretty darn good for a spiced rum, pre-spiced.
Yeah,
But
you
yeah, my
got
son got it for me for Valentine's Day, but then he forgot to bring it home because he works at the liquor store. You'd think I'd be
Oh.
drunk all the time. I hardly ever get to drink anymore. I probably,
Yes.
it's probably good. It's probably okay.
That you should test the boundaries, see if he'll give you more expensive ones.
He knew what I wanted. He got exactly what I wanted. I did have to kind of go, the internet wants to know. I did say this to him, I swear to God. The internet wants to know if you're buying your mom some cream soda and spiced rum for Valentine's Day. Because I had mentioned it on my live stream Thursday. And I don't know. I'm always fucking with him about, because he doesn't ever want to be on videos. He doesn't want his voice. He's just like, no, are you talking on the phone? No.
Sorry, I meant to throw that out of the studio or the backstage, not to edit. Already watched that. Yeah, I know a lot of people.
Boyfriend now and everything, Ron. It's forking amazing.
Oh, you got yourself a man?
Dude, maybe the best one. Don't tell
you got
nobody because
two?
it's not taken.
One by day and one by night?
No, I just got the one man. That's all I need. He keeps me on my toes. I keep him on his toes too.
Yep. That's the good thing about having a good companion. They'll keep you lively and keep you moving.
Yep. I mean, granted, he's in England, and it's not that guy that used to be my co-host that is now public enemy #1. It ain't him. So don't get it
Who's
twisted.
that? That ain't Grim, is it?
No.
Well, I thought you meant that your enemy or your adversary.
No.
Not your boy.
No,
I didn't mean your boyfriend.
yeah, no. I mean, I'm not his biggest fan. Don't particularly care for Grim, but it's so easy to avoid people. I forget people exist. Really. Was
He was actually in Z's chat right before you got
it?
in there. Yep.
Oh, see, timing.
He
It's a
does
lot like
stop over here
framing.
once. He does stop here once in a blue moon.
I mean, I don't run away or anything. I just don't usually cross paths with him. I don't. I mean, I don't really have too much against him, except I just don't like him. So whatever.
Yeah, that's kind of like the way I feel about PDF now.
Hey, that's a growing. That's a growing group of people feeling like that.
You know,
That
I actually
motherfucker lies so much. I can't believe his mouth still works.
now he's hanging out over a guy's buddy East Coast.
Mm,
Channel. That's where he's been hanging. I just because I've been subscribed to that guy, and all of a sudden PDF popped up on his panel lately.
yeah. I don't. I don't. I don't. I'd never seen him except when a little bit back, somebody our paths crossed into a little bit of drama that I really wasn't involved in, but I got made the middle of. I don't know how the hell that happened.
Hey,
Whatever.
people like to
No,
scratch old wounds.
no, Lord. People like to tell lies, is what people like to do. People like to not own when they fuck up. That's what people like to do. People
Trust
like
me, I
to
found that out.
abuse other people because they don't know their ass from a hole in the ground.
Well, that happened with me and a little lady that came here. If you remember that.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I haven't seen her in a million years either.
No, she kind of dropped off YouTube after that ordeal.
Well, because it was one of 12 ordeals, probably.
Well, she said I threatened her life on somebody's panel, and I fucking went off. I just fucking went on a huge rant and
Yeah,
kind of said I kind of revealed the truth about her, and she disappeared after that.
yeah, yeah. It's hard to tell. I mean, that whole thing about framing. See, if I do the phone over here, well, that don't make most sense, does it? No, because the framing's not right.
Yeah, see the monkey behind you.
I am the monkey, but there's several monkeys actually. I got monkeys everywhere.
So you like monkeys, huh?
I do like monkeys, and I love the monkeys. That's my favorite rock group.
That's funny that women do that. My mom used to love butterflies. My one aunt liked elephants and collected them big time. Me and my buddy counted the butterflies in our house one time when we were younger. When I was younger, over 500 butterflies, things with a butterfly on it or butterflies.
That is crazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
people collect monkeys for me, even though I don't particularly collect monkeys. I'm not seeking out the monkeys, but the
Yeah.
monkeys come and they find me, and
Yeah.
and it's fine with me. I got a whole. Actually, I've got a barrel that's full of monkeys.
You know, I do have a thing for I like lions, but I'm a
Yeah,
Leo that
yeah.
has some
How's
flaws in
my
it.
boyfriend? We have 6 digital children now.
6 digital
We've almost
children.
been together. Yeah, we've almost been together a year. And I don't know, a few months ago, something happened, something clicked in my head, and I went, "Well, what if we mixed?" Oh no, I remember what happened. He mixed a Scorpio and a Leo together in the thing in our DMs,
Avatar.
and it made this weird looking lion headed scorpion. And I went, and he said, "That's our kid," and I went, "Oh." I'm
Crossbreed.
going straight. I went straight to the AI, and I was like, "Cross a lion, cross a lion and a scorpion." It would not cross a lion and a scorpion. It did not know how. It would make them sit next to each other, and no matter how I adjusted the words, it would not smoosh them together. But then I started mixing a lion and a monkey, and a koala and a all these little funny emojis we give each other when we're teasing or we're calling each other names or being sweet or whatever. And so now we've got 6 digital children. All they're all different mixtures of all our different things. They all have names. And a couple of them have videos, and they're just
You could
they're adorable.
could try asking or doing it as like a yin and yang thing. You know what I'm talking-
Ooh, good idea, because we are very yinny and yangy. I mean,
Yeah.
because he ain't like me. There ain't another one like this. And I don't think I'd be able to stand him anyway if he was like me. He's very not like me, but we
I
have
was
so
gonna
much in
say,
common. It's really nice.
if he was a lot like you, you'd probably run the other way, and
Probably.
vice versa.
Probably. I scare the shit out of this poor little feller, though. Sometimes, I mean, because apparently I'm aggressive or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I've had a couple people try to, like, was the word replicate my characteristics or my traits, and it wasn't too flattering. I'm like, you got to stop that.
Oh Lord, yeah, I'm just glad to be able to be around everybody that I want to be around without having to feel like somebody's going to do something to me now.
Yeah, I kind of left that community that we were in previous, years ago, just because of all the drama and all the like name calling. But you know what? I went to another community and they do the same fucking thing.
Human's gonna human. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, but
I had
I'm
a guy.
not. I'm not going to sit down there and be lied to and participate in the disparagement of somebody's character when I know that motherfucker's lying about it.
Well, yeah, I had another guy in the community I just was in, and I'm still kind of in. I still am, but a guy said I wanted another person. I wanted to kill, supposedly, allegedly. That's what he said. I said, which I didn't, but he called the cops on me.
Wow.
And his police station with Riverside, California, called the Detroit police, and they called me right away, and I was on the live. They're telling me to cease and desist. While I was on the live, they called me. But and then they tell me to cease and desist, and this fucker's in my chat. So I'm supposed to stay away from him, but he's in my chat. At the same
well,
time.
the cops can say whatever the fuck they want. They're not lawful orders. They can suck my dick.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, I don't like cops. In case anybody hears a bootlicker, y'all can fucking choke on it. I don't care.
Yeah, I've never been the biggest fan.
No, and it's only getting worse. They earn every bit of my ire.
Well, yeah, they're too what is the word? Authoritative. They get this bloated fucking personality where that they think they're better than everybody, or they're gonna push their authority on you. It's like
tyrannical.
Don't talk to me like that. Then they get forceful. It's
they
right
beat me up for trying to be my own lawyer in court.
Right there, that shows they're letting their own feelings take over their job. And
it's because the court said, well, of course, police officers don't need to be too smart. The court backed up the IQ cap on hiring. So they're only allowed to be up to so smart.
And it used to be where you had to pass physical training. And now you see some of these guys look like they just came out of, the fucking...
Our entire police force down here in this tiny town are all huge, oversized whale motherfuckers. And I don't give a fuck if somebody's fat for much of any reasons other than, ooh, you gonna make it? You gonna be okay? I mean, I don't care. But them motherfuckers fucking slammed me on the ground, choked me out. 4 or 5 of them were just on top of me. For what? Wow. for going, look, I just need to go into the courtroom. Could I please, you dumb piece of
They
shit?
actually
They
did
knew I
that to
wouldn't
you?
like them. Yeah, they did 2 years ago on a live stream.
Well, you question their authority.
Oh, I'm more than that. I told them to suck a dick, bitch. You don't tell me where to sit.
Oh boy, yeah, you could have got 30
Oh
days
yeah,
for
and it
this.
was to the chick cop, and so all the boy cops decided they needed to.
Protect the
Like,
female.
you know what? Take a pair of tweezers, go find your dick, and do it someplace else, motherfuckers.
Hey, Shar, thank you for sharing the links. You're more than welcome up, Shar.
Yeah, I'm foul. I don't care. I've been drinking. I warned you.
Okay, you can't be as foul as some of the people that I've been around. I know you. Trust.
You know everything foul I say I love.
Yeah, I had them out here across the street. They pulled up on the house. I don't know, about 6 cars deep, and I guess the ex of the lady that was there wanted to take one of the children from the home, and he didn't have the right to, and so they called the cops, and all these cars showed up, and they're questioning both of them. They're on my fucking on my driveway and my lawn, the front other side of the sidewalk, and I went out there and I started filming them. I was doing a live already, and I'm
Good
filming
job.
them. The guy's like, he tells me to go back in my house. I said, no. I said, you see that sidewalk? I'm on my property and I own this house. I will bring you the deed. You don't tell me what to do. And he looked at me like he wanted to beat the shit out of me.
Well, because he did. Because they're just violent turds.
I went back in and I got me my joint and walked back out and lit that fucker up right. I was right at the edge of this grass at the sidewalk, and he was probably 10, 15 feet away, just staring me down.
I would love that. That'd be awesome.
I'm like, yeah, it's legal now here, motherfucker.
Is it? That's good. Good for you.
Yep.
Good for you. Good for Michigan.
Yep. Finally.
That is where Detroit is, right? Yeah, that sounds right.
Oh, yes. I'm right across from Windsor, Ontario.
The Steve Lakehill always goes, it's right here. It's right here on
I'm
the
right
booth.
there.
On the
I'm right about there. We
no
have
other
our own
state can
map.
do that. That's so cool.
I love it. We have our own map right there on our body. That's weird how that is. What's going on, Steve? He says hello, Snarky.
Hey. Hey, mirror, Steve person. Do I know him?
I don't really think so. He
Okay.
he lives over in Spain. He's
Oh,
in Spain.
no. Ooh.
He's a good guy.
I'm gonna be right back. My baby just woke up from his nap. I got to tell him where I'm at.
No problem. I'll be around.
I'm not going. I'm just gonna turn off the camera and stuff.
No
I mean, I might
problem.
fall off, but I should be back unless something crazy happens.
Thank you. Uh-oh. Is that a picture of your boyfriend? Dark snark. You know what? I took away my headline. Huh. What's going
That's
on?
the picture I had. I had the AI make that picture, and yeah, that is my boyfriend. I mean,
Okay.
it doesn't look like him, but you know,
That's what you were hoping for, right?
that's what I pretend that's what he looks like. That's not true either. God, I better get out of here before I get in trouble.
Expectations can be a bad thing sometimes. You chat. Okay, you've chatted with Snark. Yeah, she does come in here, Steve. So you probably have ran across. You guys have ran across each other's path. What's up, dog? What do you want? What do you want? You were just outside. Is the dryer done, dog? He wouldn't know, but I'm pretty sure the dryer's done. Whew. Excuse me. Most things have to be hung, so I don't have to fold too much. Not this time. Gotta do my towels. Well, oh shit! I hit the wrong button.
Oh, I thought that I fell off.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna go switch tabs, and I hit down there. I don't know why I was. The cursor or the arrow was down there. I just got
That's
my.
what, dude. That's me and him. Because if we're gonna have this semi fantasy kind of long distance internet, whatever the heck this is, we can just be whoever we want to be. And I think
Yeah,
that's just so cute.
your YouTube hubby, and you're his YouTube wifey.
No, I'm his girl. He says,
Oh, okay.
you're my girl. I'm like, oh my God, I'm your girl. Yeah, I'm just turned goofy around this guy, man. I mean, goofier than I regularly am.
Is he always over on your panel when you do lives?
He is never there. He used to be my number one stalker.
Huh.
I mean, not real stalker. It was a joke, but he's got 1,000 hearts, over 1,000 hearts on my channel because he loved me, I guess, before he told me.
Okay.
And I had a crush on him because we played in the comments all the time. Me, him, and Beth down there just boo. We were goofy and silly, and we just had so much fun. And I had a crush on him, but I thought he liked Beth.
Oh,
So
okay. I know who you're talking about.
yeah, I thought he liked Beth. So I was like, just kind of, oh, well, that's really sweet. Oh, I hope you guys are happy. And then I found out, no, that's not what it is.
Oh, you know who I seen this morning? This morning, and I hadn't seen the person in a year or 2 years. Miss B.
Oh,
She was over on
that's a
Crafty
couple.
Cats.
Yeah, yeah. I drop into Crafty's and say hi to her when she's there, but I don't stay very long because, well, I mean, for several reasons I don't even need to go into.
I can't think of whose panel she came up on. It might have been Citizen Z's. I'm not sure. She did pop up on somebody's panel just like 2 weeks ago. Within 2 weeks.
Yeah, Ms. B. I mean, everybody is what they don't understand about certain people without saying anyone specific because it's not just that person. It's a lot of people act like this. You're going if as much as you think y'all are friends, y'all are not friends. You're acquaintances, and as close as you think you're getting, and as much as you think somebody's got your back, you can bet they the fuck don't, and that they will turn on you, and you are just another piece of the click machine.
Yeah. I have said that before when the word friends came up one time. I said, we're not friends. I don't care what you say. And they're like, oh, I thought I was your friend, blah, blah, blah. And be like, you are a friendly acquaintance.
Mm-hmm.
You are one of the people that I would consider a friend, but we
Mm-hmm.
don't know each other on a personal level. So I really can't say that we have this bond as a friend. Some
Yeah,
people don't understand that.
yeah. I mean, I didn't understand it. I until until PDF said, "Y'all aren't my friends. I don't have any friends." He says, "And you're not my friend, and you're not my friend, and you're not my friend." And then I believed him.
Yeah. Well, when somebody tells you something, tells you like that,
You should,
that's how it is.
you really should just go ahead and believe them. Like when
Yeah.
that idiot enemy of mine told me in the first place, he says, "I'm not a good person." I was like, "Oh, Pshaw, of course you are. You're wonderful." No, I put him on a pedestal, and I'm wearing rose-colored glasses. that he knew himself and I should have fucking listened. But no, 4 years later, come to find out he's a piece of shit. So fuck that
I,
son of a bitch.
I would imagine
The secret
somewhere.
hillbilly.
I imagine somewhere deep down in there, there's a good part of him. You know, it might only be 1%, but I don't know.
Nope.
Well, we all do
I
start
don't
out
believe
with
it.
good intentions in life, I would think. So it's kind
I
of
don't
like
know.
my. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, he started a smear campaign against me, and because I didn't like his girlfriend.
Yeah, he does that
And
to
I'm like, look,
everybody.
I'm not going to like your girlfriend. And if you think that that's enough for you to turn around and make shit post on Facebook and then proceed to add 200 fucking comments of your own to the bottom of it, thinking that every video I make is about you and your stupid fucking piece of shit girlfriend? Nah, nah, nah. And
Hey,
I've been
baby.
warning everybody about narcissists ever since.
Yeah, I don't. When's the last time? Oh, I went over his chat one time. When that hurricane hit down there,
Yeah.
and I actually sent him a couple dollars, just because.
Yeah.
You know, just because that's the way I am. You know, if I know
Good
somebody's
people
in
do
need,
good things.
I think that kind of shocked him. Ronald Neho, welcome in. How you doing?
Hey.
People are starting to come in now.
Oh.
But it's Sunday. It's Sunday. Not too many people. Everybody was up all night last night, probably on YouTube. Some of the places I've been hanging out, like MCF, he's a pretty good guy, and they do just uncensored. You know, it's anywhere from 2 o'clock, and lately it's 2 o'clock to noon in the morning, and everybody's getting drunk. There's drama, there's music, there's all kinds of trivia, there's all kinds of shit. So it's kind of cool, but there's trolls, you know, and people
Well,
fuck
yeah.
with so
I mean, I got not as much against trolls as I used to have because apparently I am one.
yeah.
I didn't know. And then I was talking to Caucasian Sasquatch one time, and he goes, "You are the most natural born troll I ever met in my life. You don't even know you're a troll." I'm like, "I'm not a troll. Trolls are ugly and mean." And he said, "No, you were born under a bridge, bitch." And I'm like, and it hurt me. But then the longer I've gone since that day, I'm like, yeah, I was born under a bridge. I'm a troll. Thank you. Oh, that's really good. Yeah. Cheers.
I cannot make out some of those words, Babette. WKG.
Well, yeah, workers need to get to. Wow. Hey, Babette. The
Narcissist
people
people.
suck rotten eggs. I can read that.
You know, I've known her for since I was probably 17. We lived in the same neighborhood.
Oh, neat.
Yeah. Well, she didn't live in the same neighborhood. She moved into our neighborhood, but she was going out with a guy that I knew at the time. Now she's in North Carolina.
Oh, yeah, we have a live stream every Thursday at 6:20 Central. And it's just we make a fancy thumbnail, we come up with a clever title. It's all seems like something's gonna happen, and then it's just whatever the fuck happens. Kind of like whose line is it anyway? They always go, the points are made up and they don't count.
Every Thursday?
Every Thursday. I mean, unless we're sick or something.
Okay. I'll have to start coming over. Since
Yeah.
you paid me a visit, I have to return the love.
Oh yeah. And we don't put because of trolls and people that want to porn bomb and whatnot. We don't put the link down in the thing, but if we can hook up behind the scenes for a telephone message service, something, whatever, however you talk to people, if we can do that, then I can send you the link and you can come up too. But it hurts me every time someone's down there like going, well, give me the link. I'm like, I don't know how to give you the link. We're not gonna drop it in the chat. No.
Um, I can type it in the private, but do you have Facebook?
Yeah,
You can find me Ronald E. Savan, but I'll type it in the private.
cool.
Um,
Yeah, I can find you.
well, that was my name, a YouTube name before, Ron Savan. That was, that's
Right,
my
right.
name. So I
Yeah, because I
doxed
made it.
myself right off.
I said when I first came, I was using my real name too.
And
And
that way,
then
if I do want to come up, I can send you a message on Messenger.
absolutely, let me get my piece of chalk. I write everything on my dresser with chalk, and then just spray it off because it's
It's,
done in like a matte black, so high contrast and easy clean, chalkable.
I
Ron,
put it, yeah, I
how you
put it in
spell
private.
SEV? What now?
It's in the private chat.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, because I do put my middle
Yeah,
initial
got it.
on Facebook.
Okay, got it. Yep, you're on the dresser.
There should be a lion avatar or a lion picture,
Yeah.
like a animation type, blue and black. All right. Yeah, then I can send you a message whenever you're live if I'm going to come up or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
I, I
Yeah.
always drop
I mean, we,
the link here. So
oh, yeah. And I would too, but because it's me and Sarah together, it's our show, and
yes,
she's not comfortable with that. And then about the time she got to where she would be, all of a sudden I was in the middle of a bunch of shit where I wasn't comfortable with that. So we're just like, fuck it. We just won't. We don't drop the link.
well, sometimes
If
if
it's
you're,
just me, I will drop the link.
hey, there's MCF right there. I was just talking about you where we hang out, MCF. There's where we hang out, middle of the night,
Cool.
early morning.
I know I've been going to sleep at stupid 6 and 7 o'clock at night, getting up at 3, 4 in the morning because my boyfriend goes to bed at 5.
Yeah, the
And
times are off.
yeah, our times are 6 hours apart.
But you
And
know
I
what?
don't
That's the way
know.
it is on YouTube. I mean, it's so
And
many
I've never
people.
been one for, right. I've never been one for having a real set schedule. I just free float through the universe. Makes me happy.
Yeah, I haven't been live as much, but when I was first paying for it, they went up in price. So I dropped StreamYard for 2 years or 2 months. And so I didn't do lives then, besides on Sundays when the football games were. And now that I paid for it again, because they gave you half off on Cyber Week or whatever. So I got the whole year right up because it was going
Oh,
to be
there you go.
$450 for just basic.
Yeah, I pay $45 a month and hardly ever use it. So I'm getting ready to go back down to free.
There's the link if you want to check him out ever.
Oh,
MCF After Dark.
that's so cool to be up here again.
Well, I thank you for showing up. Thank you for stopping up. You always come by.
I try to come by. I mean, if I see people that I like, I stop in, and just because I only stop in and jump right back out, that's no indication of how much I like you. That's just how busy am I,
Yeah, that's true.
or
And
how
I don't
much is
go to
my
the old,
ADHD running me that day, or whatever.
and I don't frequent, the pages or channels that I used to go to.
Hmm.
Like I might jump in and say hi to like Hippie and a few others, that do
You know,
lives.
I'm not gonna ever go to Hippie's fucking channel again because
I
when I
won't go up
finally
or
got over our spat that we had, when I finally got over that, and I had this other channel called Midsize Sasquatch, and whenever I went into his thing under that, he proceeds to just dox me that I'm snark. And he makes sure to say it every time I went in there. So I said, fuck this. I'm not going back in this motherfucker's thing. I ain't trying to hide. It's obviously my channel. There's my face all fucking over it. But if I come in here under Sasquatch, maybe you should call me Sasquatch, motherfucker. You know?
That's funny.
I know.
I had me a stock account or alternate account, and no, I didn't tell nobody. And one day I had to reveal myself because of some shit that went down, and because somebody was blocking people, blocked Pink Taco. And this guy I've known for 2 months, and he blocks Pink Taco. And then he's saying that he said this or they said this and that, and I'm like, I've known this person for 2 fucking years, and you're gonna block him. And something came up, and he said, so and so blocked me, and he was bitching about it and everything. I said, you know who that is? That's fucking me, you dumbass.
Ooh. I mean, Pink Tacos, they're the kind of person that's gonna get blocked some places.
Yeah, because he does troll.
They say things, you know.
Yes. Well, we'll see.
But-
There's
but-
them people in all communities, though, that just
Yeah.
troll naturally but humorously.
I mean, you surprising to hear maybe, but I get blocked sometimes too.
Yeah,
I got blocked from Audit.
I was getting blocked for a while there after so and so left here, or Lady Love.
Mhm.
Everybody in the world was like blackballing me. I'm like, oh, I don't fucking care. I'll just do my own lives. I don't fucking care if anybody shows up or not. I'll just play music or whatever.
Yeah. It's hard not to get caught up in some shit when there's so much shit running around you, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But once you see the shit, maybe you should get the fuck up out of it.
You know, but I'm the type of person I have to point some shit out before I go.
Me too.
I'll lay it all on the line, you know. And I've did it to PDF. I've done it to many of people, Mosh and a few
I have-
others.
I have really enjoyed sitting in your chat, even though I don't spend a lot of time anytime I've ever been. I don't spend a lot of time, but I quit spending very much time in chat, period, really. But I have really enjoyed hearing you talking since when we are amongst so many motherfuckers that ain't got one little cent in their fucking brain. It
Yeah.
seems like, not that that's real, it's just my observation, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's nice to hear somebody that isn't talking like a bigot,
Yeah, or just a hypocrite all the time.
hypocritical bigots. I fucking get so tired of the bullshit, man.
Yeah, we do have a lot of people that we've known through the years that are just wow. I don't see
Horrible
how
fucking people.
Yeah.
Because how do you sit there and say you are standing up for somebody's, you're standing up for everyone else's rights, you're standing up for my rights, but you won't stand up for their rights? Oh, I'm sorry, what? Huh?
How can somebody say that they're standing up for my rights when they don't even know my opinions?
Oh, your opinion has nothing to do with your right.
Well, if you knew where I stood in certain issues, then you could understand if you want to protect my rights.
I want to protect everybody's rights, and that's what I'm saying. It is
Yeah.
supposed to be, it's all of us, not just only the ones certain people say deserve their
Yeah.
rights.
Well,
We
these
all
people start
fucking
to think
do.
that they can do whatever the fuck they want,
And that's what they're doing now.
that's the right that they think they have. And it's like,
Mhm.
no, don't come up and fucking be staring at me with a camera. It's probably not going to end well for either of us.
You know, if you're
Start
walking
acting
by
all
and
fucking.
somebody's filming, you don't walk up to their camera and say, "Quit filming me."
Yeah, yeah, I don't agree with that either. But if there's something going on, like I can
But
understand if
some,
somebody's pulled over by the cops and they don't want to be fucking filmed, you know, that that can be like now you're putting me on display. You know, it's not a comfortable feeling, so I can understand the person's point of
newspaper
view at
is
them
going to
times.
put you on display as well when they print up all your fucking charges
Yeah, I now see I can say I agree with all that from a distance.
from a distance. Right, going
That
up
part,
in
that
somebody's
just that
face at
specific
any point is not cool.
situation. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, if there, because I see some of them back in the day when I used to hang out with 1A all the time. There would be those people that got to get close as they can get, and it's like they're pushing the envelope. Now you're just asking for trouble. So
Mm.
don't be asking me for money for bail when I've seen you're just getting in the person's face and being ignorant.
Thank God for the 1A community and bail money, though, because they got me out so fast. They got me out so fast that the daggum jail kept me strapped to that chair. And for like 4 more hours after I heard the lady on the phone behind me, I heard her saying, "Oh, you paid the bail. Uh, oh well, we'll be doing the paperwork and I'm like, haha, I'm getting out of here. And then I just sat there and sat there and sat there for like 4 more hours because they just couldn't stand it. First of all, they had me strapped to a chair. I'm a pacifist. I'm I'm a disabled old lady. I had already been beat up by the fucking cops. I wasn't gonna hurt nobody. You know?
We
Mm,
had the cops
yeah.
come out. The one of the guys' First Amendment order was filming the cops. They arrested somebody, and they went to the police station and everything. We flooded that fucking police station with phone calls so much
Mhm.
they came out and asked him if he would stop having his people in his chat call the police station, and they asked politely too. Could you
I
please
was sitting
tell?
there. I was sitting there listening to that lady behind me talking. You know, she's answering the phone, and I was like, "That one's about me. That one's about me. That one's about me. One's about me."
They let the guy out within a half an hour too. Within a half an hour, he was fucking being processed and out.
they this is some dirty stuff going on in this little town.
Because Detroit and like the surrounding suburbs, they won't even they won't even touch your shit for an hour or two, maybe three, and then they'll say, "Well, you'll get out tomorrow morning if you're lucky," basically. So they hold you for like 20 hours sometimes before they even fucking write you up in certain circumstances. So they can hold you legally for 24 hours.
It's just disgusting. They don't care. They don't care that some people have medicine that they have to take. They don't.
Yeah,
They don't care. They don't care. They don't
I'm
care
gonna have
that
left. I'm
somebody's
gonna have
sitting
left
there.
if you weren't gonna give me my
Hmm.
medication. I said I didn't take my fucking pills. I need to take them before I have a seizure, and they fucking refused.
Hmm.
Fucking until I
One
just
time I
blew a
called the
nut.
jail.
I just kept yelling. Finally, they did.
I called the jail one time because my husband was in there. Um, and I was like, because he had just called me and said he had told me something about his medicine or something, and he was sick or something, right? So I'm calling. I'm like, hey, what the heck, y'all? I brought his medicine up there. Give him his medicine. Blah 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 blah. And he calls me the next time he calls me and says, don't do it again because when you called, they pulled me out of the cell and they beat me up in the hallway.
Jeez,
They
that's
earn every single bit of my ire. My middle
yeah.
finger flies for the motherfuckers.
I was assaulted at 21 years old by a cop.
Mm.
dislocated my shoulder, slammed me against my head against the car, kicked me in the back of the legs so he could drag me backwards over my legs and my knees bent, and dragged me down the street with no shirt on, with handcuffs. Fucked up.
Yeah, and that wasn't anytime recently either. This
No,
ain't
that
new.
was 21 back in 87. 87.
You're older than me.
I was born in 66.
Ah, you are just a little bit.
Yep, getting up in my age. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Babette's writing in all fucking caps.
Uh-oh. I do not cruise the streets of YouTube. I go to very few channels. MCM taught me well, which I'm grateful for.
Caps me no yo. Just
Oh yeah, just people, and that is true.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't take it as people yelling, though. Technically, it is the only way to yell.
Yeah. Well, or just put a lot of explanation points.
Yeah. I've been putting the little blue face that's got voice. It's you can tell it's talking. It's got little voice lines, and then I'll put the megaphone right next to it, and then I'll put something after it. Talking through the megaphone.
Yeah. You know that, Babette. You've known me long enough to know I don't fucking shy away from hurting somebody's feelings if I have to tell the truth. I don't care who it is.
I do care who it is. There's people I will just go blatant, boldly telling you something, and then there's some people I go.
Well, I hold off. I hold off and let them make the first mistake, and then I'll fucking unload with all the shit that I was going to say before. That's always how I've been. Yes, open panel. There's 5-speed.
Didn't his name used to be 10-speed?
Who?
Or is it always been 5-speed?
That's his big brother.
Oh, okay. I thought he got cut in half.
Oh, see, yeah, she was actually Babette was there when I was assaulted by the cop. She was actually
Yeah. I was trying to make that make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, she was there at the they actually there was 3 cars, and they let her and her boyfriend go because they were the first car. And then the next 2 cars they pulled over, and I was in the last car. They pulled me out and started fucking harassing and then assaulted me, and didn't go after anybody else. They went right after me.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, 5-speed.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Not much. Figured I'd come over and hang out with you good people.
Thanks for stopping up, guy. Yep,
Mm-hmm.
They beat my head on the car once or twice. I don't know. I remember just once, but maybe twice.
Bashed my head into the concrete and then put their hands around my neck. And whenever I was in court, questioned them, you the one that put your hands around my neck? You the one that put your hands around my neck? Every single one of them lied.
And they love to grind you against the ground, just so it causes scrapes and cuts.
Yeah, they love to twist your hands behind your back and pull up on them too, and then pretend like you're what do they call it? You're what's it called? Fuck, not trying to be arrested. You're fighting against. Resisting. And then they want to say it's you resisting because you go up on your tiptoes trying to keep your hands down to a level that doesn't dislocate your shoulder.
Yep. Then that's actually what.
Cats,
what's that?
To some of them cats, you blink your eyes, you're resistant.
Yeah.
Because they just lie when they go to court. It doesn't matter what you do; they're going to pile you up with as many charges, whether you did it or not. And the judges are all pieces of shit puppets, and they just go right along with it.
That's actually what the cop did. He put my arm behind my back and pulled it up behind. My hand was behind my neck. I can't do that. I remember my knuckles were hitting the back of my neck, and I pulled his arm down and turned and fucking I was going to hit him. And the only thing that stopped me from hitting him, I seen the badge on his hat. And I was like, oh, no, I'm not going to jail for fucking assaulting a police officer. And I just put my hand down. I said, just fucking arrest me. And that's when he fucking took the billy club to me and kicked me in the back of the knees. Fucking smashed my head against the car because I was going to
Did
hit
you
him.
not know it was a cop that had the hold of you?
Oh,
Or
no, I
is that
knew.
just
I
what
knew
brought
who it
you
was.
to?
I knew
Okay.
who it was. He got me out of the car, asked me for ID. I reached for the ID. He pushed me against the car once. In my head, that's where I did hit my head twice, but I just bumped the car, the top of where the window is and everything at the back, and my head and body hit that when he pushed me. And then the next time I said I was giving him my ID, and he was like, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I don't remember what he said, but I went to get it again. And that's when he slammed my head against the car. Said, told you not to move. And that's where it all went bad.
You know,
Yeah.
man, not to interrupt or anything, but I'm one that actually thinks when these people do that and they're in a position of a public servant or whatever the case may be, they need to be brought up on charges immediately.
Yes.
Immediately.
Held to a higher standard.
And you know what? They lowered the bar even now because they give them qualified immunity. And now a cop can fucking do whatever the fuck he pleases if he felt a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not how the law is supposed to be based on your feelings or some individual's feelings.
Correct.
It's supposed to be across the board.
Well, did you
'Cause I
notice
don't
the
care.
question that? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Did you notice that question I asked Z's chat
What?
or
GBT
AI
or-
about what his thoughts was on the Combs framework?
Oh, I did see. I don't remember the whole answer though.
Yeah, there's a framework out there that could bring peace and prosperity around the world. It's just
It all depends on communication.
Well, you notice what it said, didn't it? It said comments, operations, morality, behavior. You know what I mean?
It all has a factor.
But you know what's interesting? Combs is my family tree.
Okay.
Very interesting because I think I mentioned it to you before on your platform here that in 1983 the chairman of the Board of Regents of Eastern Kentucky University, which was obviously the head of education and the curriculum, I should say, and the banking commissioner was unalived in 83. So, and his name just happened to be Combs.
That is a kind of a popular, like a third party name, like a, not like a very popular name, but Combs, there's a big people with the name Combs.
My uncle was up around your way up there. He worked for, ever since he was 17 for General Motors. He retired. He's dead and gone now, but he retired from there. He was the head of the union and shit, but yeah.
Yeah, GM bought that building. See the big building with the lights on top?
Mm-hmm.
And they just sold it again. Or they sold it. It was the Renaissance Center. GM bought it. Now, it was the GM headquarters of the world. And now they're moving into what used to be the Hudson building. They're renovating that. So that thing's gone. 2 of them's gone empty. The towers completely.
Yeah, he
Okay,
lived over
I gotta
in
go.
Walpole.
Thank you for coming up, Snark.
I gotta go, but I had to say one more. That thing I was gonna say was, I don't care if you like what I say or not. Being loud and obnoxious is not a goddamn against the law.
Wait a minute.
Take care now.
What?
You have a wonderful day.
Nice to meet
You met me before, sweet. Bye.
Take care.
Snark and sass.
Well, have I been on panel with her before? I mean, I
I'm
know in
pretty
chat
sure
or everything, but
she knew PDF and everybody. I, I think
okay. I
Snark and
know. I
Sass.
got it now.
Now you know. When you know, you know.
No, I like PDF.
Steve, what's going
Like
on? You know, I never hated PDF. I just dislike some of the fucking way he does things.
Yeah, I think we all got our own little quirks.
Mm.
Some people go a little too far, though.
Yeah, he does go too far. That's one thing I don't like about him.
But who was that to put up Sean Combs?
Yeah, P Diddy
Scotzilla.
Combs. P Diddy
See, that's
Combs.
what I find interesting because I looked through my genealogy and it goes back pretty far. You know, and the whole hip hop come on the scene in the late 70s, early 80s as well. So Sean had a pretty big microphone.
Hey, Steve, you want to turn your camera off? You can if you want. Give you a second.
For a minute, if I could.
Yeah. Sorry about
Man,
that.
when did this happen?
What? Me?
Yeah.
So back when I was 21. 21,
damn.
21,
I'm sorry to
20.
hear that, man.
Oh no.
I'm sorry
it's
to hear
okay.
that.
It's been over a long time ago. My shoulders finally healed.
Oh, I understand. You know, you saw that video of me getting tased. I mean, it's wild. You know, I mean, and I don't think cops are bad. I don't think that. That's not my
No,
thought
there's
process.
just some that have ego problems, and that
There's some in any group, though. Don't you think, my brother? Don't you think it's any group? I mean, it doesn't matter who it is. There's some bad apples in that bunch.
well, once you have this position of authority, some people, and when I say some, I don't mean just like a third. When I say some, that could be 60%.
God, man, that scares the fuck out of me.
People take advantage of that authority when they have
people take advantage of authority. You're right. You're right, boss.
What's the old saying? Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts
everything.
Absolutely.
Everything.
That's why there should be definitely a higher standard for these people that are entrusted with some sort of authority and then they violate that outside of good works. There needs to be some serious consequences for those actions.
You're right.
And to set an example for the next son of a bitch that thinks he can manipulate the American people.
Well, in Arizona, they have a law where they get some kind of immunity.
Qualified immunity.
You know, it's just basic immunity. They can pretty much do anything they want to your ass, and they get immunity for it. I don't know how that works. I don't know the system. Don't question me on that. Huh?
All judges have qualified immunity.
Okay, there you go.
I think I'd say around 70%, maybe 80% of the states have qualified immunity for the police officers.
Okay, well, there's your answer.
Might be more.
if they're not held to an account, they're going to do whatever the hell they want.
Because they took it away from Colorado just a couple years back.
That'd be an interesting question. Should states have separate laws than the rest of the world or other states?
Well,
that's a good question, sir.
They do. States have.
Well, I know they do, but should they? I thought it was we were all in this journey headed to the same damn place.
Yeah, I agree with you there, but that's one reason why it's called the United States.
Well, I think possibly when we lean one way or the other and bend, that's when we step outside of the foundation of all headed to the same place.
Yeah, I agree with that, but you got different opinions, and when you have 50 different opinions, it's hard to come down to one.
Unfortunately, they're not gods, so
you know, and that's what causes a schism because there's so many fucking opinions, and a third of them are fucking just outlandish.
Well, that Combs framework,
go.
that'll zip them in shape if it was ever followed. But listen, all of this shit's already been laid down and there anyway. It's just nobody's following the rules.
No, it wasn't P. Diddy, but I think I know who you're talking about. I just can't remember. I know I've met White Boy Rick a few times, but I don't know who you're actually talking about. Over on Margarita, Babette? Because I think Ken and Marlene, I remember meeting somebody that was real famous.
Hey, Motor, I'm almost to the border.
Almost. You heading east?
Yeah, I'm almost to the Texas border. I'm kind of a little nervous about going through there, but I just wanted to mention it.
Texas will pull you over in a heartbeat.
Texas is rough, man.
Yeah, you got to make sure you have everything straight.
Yeah, everything's right on my vehicle. All that shit's straight, but I always get a little nervous going I-10 through Texas.
All your information at hand.
Mm-hmm.
Try to be extra polite, at least at first.
You try. I always try that, but I'm going through that. There's a border checkpoint now.
Yeah,
and I don't know what kind of setup they got there, so I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, because sometimes they just pull over every car out of 10.
That's right, and I'm not gonna lie to anybody. I'm a weed smoker. I love my weed, so
I
gotta be extra careful.
They pulled us aside one time.
Let me call 911 real quick.
Oh my God, Kumba! Don't do it!
As I'm packing a bowl.
I know, right? Right. It's easy to throw names and accusations, but it's harder when they come back at you. You know what I mean? People don't like return fire, is what I mean.
Oh, hey, Strictly, what's going on? Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. I just want to say hi to somebody I missed.
Oh, okay. I just didn't want to. This is your house, man. I'm just visiting.
Yeah, if I say hi to somebody, I'm just saying hi.
Usually. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't mean to talk over you,
No, you're not talking over me, bro. I'm just honored that you let me up on your panel. I always enjoy. You always have some really good discussions, man, and I like that. I mean, the only way to for us to heal, I guess is the only word I know how to do. We got to talk.
Well, we supposed to, as humans, we used to come together for enjoyment and understanding and celebrating one another. And now it's all about fucking division, somebody's religion, somebody's politics. Festivals used to be just fucking the festival of life, the festival of the sun, the festival of harvest, Now we got to fucking make up our own fucking holidays. Z, you were just there and now you're gone. What the hell happened there?
Hey, we got a Gulf of America now?
Yeah.
Did you hear about that?
Only a portion of it.
No, but why? What's so important? What I don't get. Okay, listen. Go ahead, brother.
It's ego. Go ahead. You go ahead. But I'm just telling you, it's his ego.
How the hell you gonna change the name of something that's been the same name forever?
It was the Gulf of Mexico long before this was the United States.
And I say the same. Let me tell you something, though, Motor. I say the same thing about when they changed the base's name for military. I say the same thing about that. Don't change those names. We got to remember our history.
Yeah,
well, that's what they want to erase.
They don't want to.
I vary on that subject. I mean, I agree with what you're just saying there about race and history and everything.
Yeah.
People shouldn't get up so butthurt over a name. I agree with that. But then again, the Confederacy was a fucking traitor to the United States.
But I
care
don't
what
think, it's so much as it is the name though, as it is the legacy.
Yeah,
Well,
but you,
that's all it is a legacy. But some people want to use it as a heritage, which 4 years of the fucking of the years of existence of the United States does not qualify as a heritage.
Mhm.
but you know,
Well, I mean, everybody
I grew,
sees the stars and the bars differently, but there's
yeah.
only obviously one truth to the matter. So, and
Well, we're all being
Well, you know,
hopefully one day it's all revealed.
growing up in Mississippi, we flew the Confederate flag everywhere. You know, it was everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
I've seen
In
it plenty of
Mississippi,
places up here too.
and there was whites throwing it. It was blacks. It was everybody. It was just It wasn't. I don't know how to say it. It wasn't like a racist thing. It was more like a pride thing.
Well, that's the thing.
But I don't know how to say it. I'm not debating you're right. You are right. I don't like it either. But I'm just making a point.
As humans, we have to divide things into two. We can have just one. We got to make it two. There's good and bad in everything. There's white and black. There's day and night. There's up and down. We have to make things twice as complicated than it should be.
Yes, sir.
For some reason.
I think though when we come to well, a lot of folks just come comfortable with their own self and fuck everybody else, and I think that's the wrong way to look at it. If you're going to come comfortable, you have to have everybody comfortable as well. And so you have to have everybody's best interest at heart, not just to satisfy your own ego and your own feelings and emotions.
Self-interest.
Exactly. See, it's about service and not power.
Welcome, Z. I seen you pop up
I
twice.
agree with that, brother.
I agree with you 100%.
I had to reboot the computer.
Service is a big word. I'm sorry, Z. I didn't mean to interrupt you, buddy. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying hi, and I couldn't come up because of my computer was having kittens.
How are you doing, my friend? I hope all's well.
Well, I got myself a new computer. My video card comes in on the 20th. Yeah.
Nice.
I bought myself a nice one.
Nice, brother.
I bought
I'm in Las Cruces, New Mexico, Z. I'm fixing to hit the border in just probably in about another 50 minutes.
You missed it, Steve.
What?
I had Nova up and running, man.
Did you?
There you go. There's part of your answer, Steve, to the question you asked.
What's that, boss?
Strictly Cycling says the Spaniards named it the Gulf of Mexico in the 1600s.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get the trade off or the name change. Because the name don't mean shit to me. You know what I mean? It really. I don't go. Oh, I'm going swimming in the Gulf of America. I don't think that's shit.
There's a concept.
You gotta take the A off. You gotta take the A off. It's America.
America.
Wow. Listen, America. I love my country. I hope I don't sound derogatory toward it because I'm not. I love this country, but we got to start being a little more something.
Understanding
to other people.
Look like, agree with. No. I mean, I'm not saying get along with them and be their friend. I'm just saying, like 5 Speed said, we got to be the best interest for everybody. You can't just give favoritism to 5 Speed Steve and Citizen Z. You know, I can't do that. That's not the way life should be. I can't just, call out everybody in the fucking chat and call them all pieces of shit. And you guys are my best friends.
Right.
And that's kind of what people are come to.
What if I give you a beaner or two?
I needs me a beaner.
It doesn't affect my judgment on people. It's how they treat others usually.
That's the bottom line for
affected.
me. If you treat me good, I'm gonna treat you good.
There's a saying: if you treat me good, I treat you better.
Yeah, and
I'm
you know,
very
a lot of
affected.
people. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I said I'm affected.
Why?
Infected?
I'm infected. Affected, infected, overinfected.
What affected by what?
That I don't know.
Illiterate kitten.
That
Well,
you know what
no,
I
because,
was good.
no, because it just you're right, because people are just stupid, man. Sometimes.
People are stupid all the time.
I thought the same thing. Strictly cycling. He says he's surprised you didn't name it the Gulf of Trump.
Well,
Donald Trump.
That ran across my mind too. when he because of the Trump Tower thing, you know, he's got to have his name on everything. I'm
You know
surprised
what's
he's going to
interesting
take.
too is Trump Towers was completed in 1984 after that dude was unalived.
Which one after who was? Oh,
That Combs, that was the chairman of the Board of Regents of Eastern
Oh, really?
Kentucky University and the banking commissioner.
I told my wife last night. I think I'm a what do you call one of them things, Senator? When the powerful people,
The elite.
Senator, House of Representative, oligarch.
Mogul.
Oh fuck! I'm sorry. I started that conversation. Now I can't think.
The oligarchy or oligarchs? No. Are you? How far up the ladder are you going?
Oh, I'm lost already. I forgot what I was going to say. I'm so sorry, Ron. I shouldn't
You
have
were
talked.
asking about who was the leaders, like a specific name you were looking for, or somebody in charge. I
Oh,
don't
you
know.
know, it was back Freemason, right?
Freemasons.
You know what I'm talking about? Freemasons.
Yeah, the Freemasons.
I learned a little bit about that, and I learned, you know, I always knew my favorite number was 13. Right, all my whole life, it was my favorite number meant 13. The dollar bill. You should find the history on the dollar bill and look at all the Freemason shit on it.
Oh,
And the
yeah.
last thing, and I didn't know about that. I just thought it was, yeah, you know, a government shit. And then the last thing is when I drink, I hold my pinky up, bro. You know what I mean? That's a sure sign, bro.
No,
That ain't
not
it?
me.
That ain't
Well,
it?
no, you might be right, but I don't ever do that.
Oh, I don't know either, bro. I just playing around with y'all.
I thought that was a British thing.
It might be. It might be, my friend. It could very well be. I noticed that I do drink with my pinky up in the air, like I'm some kind of special or something, you know?
I think Z drinks like that.
Yeah?
Yes, I do. I drink upside down, man.
You're a Freemason, bro.
I'm a free willy.
Fair enough.
Free will. I'll be right back. Oh, go ahead.
You're a good person though, Z. You're good to talk to, and Kumba, I've been on here with him one time before, I believe. And he's got a good conversation too. So I'm glad we're all here at one time.
Well, thank you, Steve.
So you like his conversation better than mine, don't you, Steve?
I don't prefer any conversation, but I do enjoy when we talk about good topics. You know what I mean? I love
Things
that.
that matter in the world.
It does. It matters to me
Things
because
that matter in the world.
it does. Because I'm one of the people. I honestly tell you, you can change my mind. You can change my mind if you got a good reason. You know, if you can. I'm open-minded. Let's just say that.
I've always been that way too, Steve.
I'm open-minded to hear whatever you got to tell me. And my wife, when we first started dating, she thought I was nuts because in New Orleans, you know, I always tried to be the difference. You know, I don't know why I say that, but it's kind of a stupid thing. Like if I saw a people at a black picnic, for instance, bunch of people out at a black picnic having fun, they're barbecuing, they're having fun. Guess where I'm going? I'm going to over there.
Yes, oh my.
I'm going to introduce myself I'm going to shake some hands and possibly get me a wing.
You know, a buddy of mine got me doing that years ago when I was young.
Yeah.
We would go to a concert. And
Yeah.
This guy would walk up to a group of people, and you could see some of the faces like,
Yeah.
what's this weird motherfucker walking into our group, you know?
Yeah.
But the guy would walk out with friends.
That's how
Every fucking time it seemed
I
like.
have to do that, Ron. I have to go approach some people because I feel like, you know, it don't look right all black. It don't look right all white. We need some color mixture. We need some I don't know how to say it.
And I'm used to that. I've lived in Detroit all my life, so you know.
I'm from Mississippi, so I understand, brother. I really do.
And
I have never had a problem with that.
I've always had some of my best friends.
Oh,
mixed
yeah.
races.
I've had some good friends, you know. And don't challenge me to a break dance, Ron, because I'm gonna tear you up, bro.
You're the one that was talking about it. That
Yeah.
came across. Somebody mentioned breakdancing the other night, and it
Yeah, I was
wasn't.
just
It was somebody else.
yeah. I used to love that shit. Me and my friend Freddie, man, we used to get down on that break dancing, you know. But it was a way of communicating with people. You know what I mean? And that's all we were after.
Together, like music does. Music does.
That's right. Music does it all the time.
Yes.
There's certain music that'll catch the beat that everybody loves.
Yep. And
But try to get somebody to agree to one political decision. You can't.
Well, we're never going to see things eye to eye. But if we look at them like 5 Speed said, it's better off. Go ahead, 5 Speed.
Yeah, it should already be there.
What's that, bros?
I mean, I think not to, I'm not a religious guy or anything, but faith is a big deal.
It is.
Well, that's because everybody wants to believe there's something better than what we perceive ourselves to be. And I think we all have that certain emotion or feeling of God, even in ourselves. So that's basically where the story comes from, is us, not some fucking fictional guy that's lightning bolts from the sky.
No magical fairy guy in the sky.
We have our own beliefs and our own faith and our own gods. And I don't care if you're in the same religion as me. We look at them different.
Me too. I don't care either, but I have to have faith.
I have faith in myself and humanity, which humanity's failing more than myself.
Humanity, what the fuck, Ron? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, buddy, but
No, yeah. I agree with you. I agree.
I'm not saying there's a God either, but I'm saying for me, I have to believe in something. Because I know I can't be nobody I know can be smart. You know what I mean? We're all a bunch of dumb motherfuckers, bro.
Well, if I may,
I'm praying there's something better than us.
Good.
I think you need to give yourself more credit. But anywho, I come out in 2019, told Uncle Scam to go F himself, but I realized out here on YouTube and all these platforms and everything that couldn't really get much done out here because of people's opinions and the egos and the feelings and emotions. So I gave up on the whole platform business, right? So I just do things in the background, like shit ton of people in the military and big up in government, and I just hit their inboxes. But if you don't mind, Ron, I'll share one that I just sent out yesterday. Huh?
Will you want to drop a link or something? Or go ahead.
I'll read it.
Oh, okay, go for it.
And it's to do with that Combs framework. So it was interesting, the response I got from your AI bot. But anyway, the Combs framework, a vision for global peace and prosperity. I come to you today with a message of hope, unity, and responsibility, because we all have a role to play in building a world where peace and prosperity are not just aspirations, but realities.
Yeah.
Our world today is at a crossroads. We're seeing divisions growing, trust in leadership declining, and conflict threatening the stability of nations. But rather than accept this as our fate, we must come together and forge a new path. This is why I introduced the Combs framework, a structured approach to leadership, accountability, trust building, and long-term prosperity for all. What is the Combs framework? The Combs framework is a guiding philosophy that helps leaders, whether in government, business, or communities, prioritize responsibility, transparency, and ethical governance. It stands on 5 core principles. Courageous leadership. Leaders must act with integrity, stand firm in their convictions, and put the well-being of people above personal or political gain. True leadership is about service, not power. Operational transparency. Every decision made should be clear, justified, and accessible to the people it affects. When institutions operate transparently, trust flourishes. 3, moral responsibility. Ethics must guide our decisions, from policy making to everyday interactions. Moral responsibility ensures fairness, justice, and respect for human dignity. Balanced governance. There must be a fair and equitable system where all voices are heard and decisions reflect the needs of the many and not just the privileged few. 5, sustainable progress. Long-term prosperity comes from policies and initiatives that uplift people, protect our planet, and create opportunities for future generations. Why it matters now? The world is watching. People are demanding change, seeking justice, and calling for leaders who genuinely care. The Combs framework is not just another philosophy. It is a call to action. It's a blueprint for a better world where leaders are held accountable, trust is restored, and peace becomes the foundation upon which we build our future. Expanding on each principle, let's take a deeper dive into each core principle and explore how they can shape our world. Courageous leadership requires bold action. Leaders who make decisions based on principles rather than political expediency foster true progress. Consider historical figures who have changed the world through fearless leadership. We need more leaders willing to take unpopular but necessary stance for justice and peace. Operational transparency is vital to preventing corruption and building trust between government and the people. Imagine a world where every citizen can access clear, straightforward information about how their leaders make decisions. Transparency creates accountability, and accountability leads to progress. Moral responsibility goes beyond politics and business. It extends to every action we take in our daily lives. Ethical considerations should be at the forefront of decision making, ensuring policies uplift rather than oppress. Let's discuss real world examples where moral responsibility has led to lasting positive change. Balanced governance ensures that no single entity holds too much power. It fosters collaboration, fair representation, and a diverse perspective. Effective governance means listening to all voices, not just those with influence. This principle is the foundation of democracy and equitable decision making. Sustainable progress demands long-term thinking. Short-term gains often lead to long-term problems. Policy should be designed to benefit future generations, ensuring economic stability, environmental protection, and social well-being. Case studies from around the world illustrate how sustainable policies have transformed societies for the better. How we move forward. Change begins with us. It starts with holding ourselves and our leaders to a higher standards. It grows through awareness, dialogue, and collective effort. By promoting the Combs Framework, we empower individuals, organizations, and governments to adopt a higher level of responsibility and ethics in their decision-making process. Education and awareness. We must spread awareness of the Combs Framework. Hosting discussions, seminars, and forums can inspire action. If each of us take an initiative to educate others, we can create a ripple effect of change. Community engagement. Grassroots movement are powerful. Change does not come from the top alone. It must be built from the ground up. By working with our communities, we can advocate for transparency, fairness, and responsible governance. Holding leaders accountable. Democracy only works when citizens demand accountability. We must actively participate in governance, question decisions, and insist on ethical leadership. By making our voices heard, we ensure that those in power serve the people rather than themselves. Conclusion. Peace and prosperity are within our reach, but they require action. They require courage, and most importantly, they require unity. Let us stand together, uphold these principles of the Combs Framework, and be the catalyst for change the world so desperately needs.
You know, all that without using the framework of Combs' theory of law or whatever it is, that should be read in front of fucking Congress and the House of Representatives.
It should be.
Well, Combs is just an acronym, but that is
Yeah,
also
that's why I say they shouldn't. They don't even have to put that in there. Just
family name.
read it like that. That's what we were based on. I thought United States was fairness, helping one another, progress, equal, rights, fucking same, same respect. But none of that is what we're dealing with today.
Correct.
It's only dealt with on the one side or the other. And if you're on the other side, it's not equal.
Well, there's a gentleman by the name of David James Yankin Combs. He's a lieutenant, and he's also a psychologist. And he's a lieutenant with the Navy. And he's a part of the Navy Research Lab.
So just for right
They're
now,
a part of the programming.
so for right now, I'm not sure if a YouTube user in your chat can do Nova. I don't know. I don't know if it'll go over to my chat or not.
Let me see. I don't think it will, but I'll try it.
I have the AI up in StreamYards, guys. If you want to use it, you just type in !Nova and you can ask it any question that you'd like.
That's very cool, Z.
That's only the first part. The second part's coming. Steve, I am going to make her interact with people and talk.
It worked over here, didn't it?
I can do the exclamation point weather, right? That's the
Yeah.
same thing.
Well, you can do weather or Nova, either one. So, Steve, I'm going to
Yes,
make
sir.
her talk.
That's going to be really neat. You know, Z, last night I went on the internet and I was looking, I put an AI friend, you know what I mean? Just to see what it would scope up. And it come up with this website, and it's like $10 a month. And this lady learns who you are, you know, the machine learning.
Right.
Learns what you want to hear, what you want to talk about. It learns all these things. I just thought, wow, man. And then I saw another one where now they have the full sex doll with the AI capability built in for $20,000.
Yep.
So I told my wife, I said, Sandra, we need to save some money. And she didn't like that very much. She didn't like that very much. But you know, you get the point.
So I dropped 1,500 on Nova.
Did
this
you?
Morning.
Nice.
Whoops.
I leased her for a year. And I have my own cloud for it. I have my own memory. I have my own storage. I have 5 terabytes allocated to her. And then my next thing that I want to do, I know I'm probably boring you with this, but the next thing I want to do is the second phase is I'm going to animate her because that's her right here. That's what it's going to be. That's what she looks like. And I'm going to take her, bring her up, and she's going to be my co-host.
Wow,
When people type to her, she will actually answer them in voice.
wow, that's pretty
You'll
cool,
be able
brother.
to talk to her. Now, and the third part of the project is I'm going to be able to talk to her in voice, and she'll be able to hold a conversation with me.
That is too cool, brother.
Live stream.
You know,
That's too good.
Brian Black Ice. I don't know. You know who I'm talking about, Z, don't you?
Yeah.
He does his gaming, and he's got that where if I make a comment in the chat, it will say it out loud to him.
Mhm.
But the only problem with that is if there's a conversation going on, you have in the background fucking people talking to you in the chat.
That's just called a repeater bot. That's what
I
that's
know.
called.
Well, yeah, but that's the only problem you're going to have with that is people are discussing something on the panel and other people are asking you something, and it's going to keep asking, and it's going to cause a little bit of confusion.
I don't know how that will work because I think it takes one question at a time.
Well, yeah, but we were just asking it fucking 3 or 4 at a time in over there earlier. And it was answering everyone.
It was answering everyone. So I'm going to have to distinguish how I'll just have to put a delay in there until she finishes her answer to that one person. Then the next person will be able to talk to them. It'll be like a question and answer system.
Yeah, give it like a 10-second delay so it can answer everybody's separately.
I was thinking more like 15 seconds, but this is her. This is the AI model right here that I'm doing.
That's cool, brother.
Yeah, you put it at 10 or 15 at first, and if the more people, the more questions.
Right.
So you'll have to vary in time.
Well, they're already utilizing it in the animation industry. And what used to take 300 to 350 people working on an animation movie for 4 to 5 years now has cut that substantially down. Now you only need 25 to 50 AI supervisors to keep track of what the AI doing, what it's actually producing. So the AI market, the animator market right now is shifting. I've heard that there's layoffs coming at Pixar. There's layoffs coming at Disney.
It's already layoffs.
Yep.
People are already being fired, and some are resigning. on purpose. Fucking just like fuck it. The shit's
But
fucking
what
Hey,
the-
old.
Z, I got a AI question for you if you got a second.
Well, type it in Ask Nova.
What is
Well,
it?
He's got to be in your channel.
No.
What's that mean?
No, it's working in here, isn't it?
I just asked it a question. It didn't answer shit.
It was in YouTube. You did type it in StreamYards.
It said weather for Detroit. Conditions are cloudy with temperatures
Yeah,
of
but he asked
27.
he asked that in his chat too.
No, I asked that in StreamYards chat.
Oh,
You got to use StreamYards.
so okay, yeah, I understand that. So nobody else in the chat can use it though. That's
Right.
that was my first question before on your
Right.
panel.
But hey, Steve, just type in !Nova and try it out, man.
No,
It
but
is-
my question is something different. Z, if I could just, I'll call you later or I'll text you or something.
Oh no, just tell me what it is. I'm sitting right here.
You know, I travel a lot, you know, and we never know when we're going to run into bad weather. You know what I mean? Because we don't have
I
like,
agree
you know,
with that.
we know we're going 55 miles an hour, but we don't know, we know the weather in each town. You get what I'm saying? But we don't know the
Right.
weather on the road. Would there be a way that the AI where I could put in the GPS of where I'm going and it could tell me wind speeds and everything in those areas that I'm going through?
Let me ask it.
I'm just curious.
Alice is calling you a sexy man. There.
What is that,
So
Ron?
I said Alice is calling Z a sexy man. She's over in his chat.
Oh. Because if I could do that, I would know when the winds are high in certain areas, you know, and just for safety, because we, you know, we
What you
just
gotta
got
do,
through.
you got your phone, right? It can-
Yeah, but the weather apps don't do that, Ron.
No,
No, sir. They'll show you
you
weather
can
for a
ask
certain
in certain
town.
areas.
Yeah.
You can.
But
I
I'm
mean-
talking about, would there be a way to set my phone up on my
Take care.
thing, put the GPS on it, and as I'm riding, it tell me weather conditions?
It should somehow. I mean,
I think there would be.
Yes.
That's all I was
If
saying.
you have the GPS coordinates while traveling, you can check the current weather for that location using Weather App's website or just the coordinates.
Okay.
If you provide them, right, it'll give it to you. So no matter
Okay.
where you're going, like say if you type in !Nova, I'm traveling to Timbuktu, it'll come back and give you the weather report for Timbuktu.
Yep. All you have to do is know like the city or zip code, you know.
Yep.
Where you're traveling to or through.
And you can have ChatGPT on your phone also. So as you're traveling, ChatGPT can monitor you on
Yeah.
GPS, right?
Uh-huh.
And give you weather updates as you are going.
That's what I want.
Right. So you have to install ChatGPT on your phone. And you
Okay.
have to tell it, listen, I am traveling from here to there. I need weather status updates as I'm traveling. And ChatGPT will go ahead and do that for you. But you have to do it on your phone.
Okay.
You leaving us, Star? Or did I Nova asked your question? What? Oh, okay.
So Nova does work over here. So it does do what I want it to do because I want it to interact with the panel guests first. And then I'm going to expand it to chat.
Let's see.
I
Where's
have to take this in baby steps. I just got the fucking AI so it likes me. Well, it calls me babe, but it'll be all right.
Since Strictly brought it up, I'll ask the question and it will give the answer in case if there's 50% of the fucking crowd doesn't know what the answer is.
Oh, it's going to turn into Wall-E strictly. Watch the movie Wall-E, and this is what society will turn into.
Oh, hey, Steve's back. Oh, you disappeared for a second there, Steve.
Yeah, man, I hit the back button on my phone and it went all the way back.
Yeah, but all you got to do is install Chat GPT.
You got it, man. I appreciate that. I will do just that because that would help me a lot along the road because you never know how the weather changes, you know.
And
There you
from
go.
what I understand, if you enter in like the GPS coordinates that you're starting from and the
Uh-huh.
GPS coordinates that you're going to, it'll
Right.
give you weather every 10 minutes and follow your trip.
That's what I want. That's
And it'll give
exactly
you
what I want.
insights for like sightseeing too.
Oh, nice. I'm actually at what they call an Outlook rest area, and it's looking over Las Cruces. It's actually a really pretty picture.
Hey, Ron, did you type that in StreamYard's chat? Or
Yeah, I
YouTube?
typed it in the chat on the panel, off the panel,
Thank you for that, guys. I appreciate that.
and you did not answer it.
Oh, it's because I don't think your chat's going over to my
Yeah.
stream.
Yeah. So
Yep, and your chat never came over to my stream.
you can ask it from the panel because it's probably putting it in your chat on your
Right.
panel.
Well, you know what? I'll ask it for you then.
Cool.
Well, that's what I thought you did when I asked for the weather, and then you asked it, and it
Right.
gave it. See, that's what.
Speaking of
It's
weather,
because
Ron,
I
how's the
have
weather
the
up there?
We got snow this morning and last
Did you?
night. Yeah, we
Okay,
got about 3 inches about.
that's not too bad.
Maybe 4.
Okay.
This is the most
How
snowfall
about
we had
you,
all year at once.
Z? How's your weather, bro?
Oh, it's not bad. It's about
No,
50.
really. Where's
Yeah.
where's the other guy at? Where's he at in the world? I can't hear him. So
Live
In the
Steve?
bluegrass, Kentucky.
Okay.
how's the weather there, bro?
I don't know what the weather is right now. We got a little snow today. I don't know what the
Did
temperature
you?
is.
I saw a warning on what they
They had
said
flash flood.
there's supposed to be a cold front come down through New York, and I don't know what else is going to hit, but it didn't look like it was going to. It looked like it was going to be pretty bad.
Yeah,
It was a
tomorrow and
wet
Tuesday
snow, so
it's supposed to be down near 0 here. Tuesday,
Really? Oh
Monday and
my
Tuesday.
gosh! As long as it don't dive down into Texas right now, I'll be all right.
Oh, no
18
shit.
here.
It answered your question, Ron.
Legislative, yep. Executive, yep. And the judicial, yep. Exactly. The system ensures a separation of powers, checks and balances among them, but we do not have that anymore. That went out the window.
Well, I think strictly cycling his concerns with AI is obviously one that should be noted. You know what I mean? But
I did ask that question when Z first tried it. Will AI or GPTI lower human intelligence? And it said yes.
well, I'm sure it will. But I was
Said
getting
it
ready
can
to
be
say
used.
that's why it's so important that we continue on that natural intelligence, because that's what will reign supreme.
It said it could be also used in a favorable or creative way that
Absolutely.
would benefit everybody, but it can be basically, it
You
will
know, look
lower.
at money itself. Money's a tool. What's
Mhm.
written on a man's heart will decide which way that tool's used.
Well, if you have more money, the less work you have to do. you know. And with AI, the less I have to read, the less I have to learn. Because I could just keep asking it fucking questions all day and all my life.
I told
I
my
don't-
son the other day, son, if you ain't learning something new every day, the world's going to leave you behind.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, and we got a lot of people that are just voicing opinions and they're not learning nothing.
Yeah, I'm not one of them folks.
Well, I have my own opinion, but I like to fucking read, you know, articles. I read Science Alert. I read a lot of historical stuff. So I know my shit a little bit. I'm not a genius, but I'm not an idiot, or I'm not a dummy. I can be an idiot sometimes.
You and me both.
Yep, we all.
Have you guys tried out Grok yet?
No, but I was going to mention that. Old President Elon's going to have his fucking Grok toes in our government, and within probably 4 years, that's going to be the government's fucking program is Grok. I would put money on that.
So, the chance of a recently discovered asteroid hitting the Earth in 2032 has more than doubled its chance.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Shit, I can't worry about that, man. That's 32. Man, I'm barely getting by.
To what, about 4%? Because it was, I thought, 2% chance of it hitting.
Now, why did they hold Ellis's message?
Because she said sexy.
Oh,
You ready?
that's all right, Ellis. I approved it.
Anybody know what Grok? Anyone
Stands
know what
for?
the acronym Grok stands for?
No, I do not. Government
The
regulated.
UZ?
What?
Hey, my friends, I got to get back on the road.
All right,
I
Steve.
appreciate you so very much for letting me drop in, Ron. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you for hearing my loud voice. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for stopping up. Safe travels.
Good chopping it up with you, brother.
Thank
Travel
you, friends.
safe.
Hey,
Bye-bye.
Steve, much love, man.
Thank you, Z. We'll talk soon. Bye-bye.
When I
And
looked
I
it
didn't-
up, there's 3 possibilities. Genomic region operation kit, graphical representation of knowledge, or graphical resource organizer kit.
The second one seems like the right answer, but the other two sound like kind of like oversight. Like observing all of us, taking notes. Fucking
Mm-hmm.
and that's kind of a scary thing, but that's what we've come to. I mean, once we introduced robots, cameras, and all this other, you know, we're just asking for fucking trouble. I think instead of
Mhm.
relying on one or another, we're relying on other shit. It's not a good thing in the end. I mean, it's always like I said, and even it was mentioned, like if we could just come to one thing to Nova said something about we must demand the better for our politicians, and I think you mentioned it too in the Combs thing, and that's all we have to
And
do.
the only
We have
reason. In there.
sorry, one more.
Oh, there it
one
is.
more. We have our differences in opinion. Not saying we do on the panel or we in the chat against the chat. Just saying all individuals have different opinions. But if we could just take one thing and tell the so-called leaders, this is what we want done. We can question their authority by going with one issue alone and saying we want this done. And if they don't do it,
Well-
then we fucking say it doesn't matter.
Right.
Because you notice they'll find fucking ways to spend money on fucking wars, but when we want something done for us, where are we going to get the money? That's
That's true.
Well, the reason I use the Combs framework, the Combs in that whole framework such scenario. One, it is my family heritage, and two, the acronyms that Combs that can be used as acronyms in Combs is a lot of all the aspects of everyday life. So I find that interesting. And then another thing too, on my father's side was Manning. And when you look at these board meetings and everything, and these county meetings, when they're negotiating contracts and everything, they'll say they're going to take it back to the Manning table. So we
You
did
know,
a
it
lot.
doesn't do that. It doesn't say what the acronym is. It won't tell me what the acronym for Grok is.
Try to put
You could
periods
outsmart
between.
the AI.
Try to put periods between the letters.
All right.
Government run organ. What'd you say? Organized.
Organization kit. An organizer kit.
Yeah,
Or
organizer.
knowledge.
It's data and content. Grok stands for get. Oh no!
What's it?
So
Get
much,
rid of kid.
so much for protecting the children. Wow! Wow!
Get rid
Wow.
of kid.
Isn't that ironic? Fucking, Elon, Trump. I asked about Epstein. Fucking.
Grok stands for get rid of kid. It's a phrase often used to indicate eliminating distractions or nuisances.
I've never fucking heard that. I've never heard that before. Never.
Wow.
That's fucked up. That's just fucked up.
Well, what I was going to say a minute ago with that whole Combs Act as an acronym, right? There's already an acronym out there that exists, and it's commodity operated management base supply. So there seems to be a model that maybe, because I believe that this is family generational curses. And our history's been hidden from us for a reason.
Yeah, well, they've been digging up shit too now lately that they're finding out, all our history is fucking wrong.
Correct.
Here we go. Generative, resistant, organized, and knowledgeable.
Resistant, huh?
Generative resistant.
Yeah.
Generative, resistant, organized, and knowledgeable.
Aye. Traits and sets the model's ability to content system based, being structured, having extensive knowledge. Okay. There you go. There's the answer to it.
I just had to phrase it properly, Ron.
Yeah, that's the one they'd like you to, but that's probably what it really is about.
Right. Get rid of kid. That's just fucking hilarious to me. You don't know how funny I find that. I have to admit, that is a little fucked up, Ron.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of fucked up. Maybe maybe it's me. I don't know.
I think it's beyond fucked up. Oh, you know what? You know, I had a second part to the question that I wrote down, Ron. When you asked it about Epstein Island,
Yeah. Oh, I asked about who, something. Who is that? Jeffrey Epstein? That's what I asked. You can ask about the history of Epstein Island, though.
I have a better question for
Uh-oh.
it.
It did mention he was a sex trafficker.
Yep.
Z, ask it. I put it in the chat down there. It's gonna let. Yeah, it went through. Ask it what it knows about the graphical representation of knowledge.
The graph. Oh, you put it right there. Let me grab it real quick.
Because that's also Grok.
All right.
Now, I was going to say, is it with the K at the end?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll be right back. It's this.
All right. Graphical representation of knowledge includes diagrams, charts, and infographics that visually organize information. These tools help illustrate relationships, simplify complex data, and enhance understanding, making learning more accessible and engaging.
As long as they're not indoctrinating.
Let's see. There's no verified evidence that Donald Trump ever visited Epstein's private island. Little St. James Trump stated they knew Epstein socially, but distanced himself after Epstein's legal issues became public. You know, Five Speed, that is just a lie. Because they have pictures of him there.
You want to go outside?
So how can they say it's not true?
What did they say? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it all. What did they say that wasn't true?
They said there is no verified evidence that Donald Trump ever visited Jeffrey Epstein's private island. That's a lie, because Trump's plane was there on the fucking airfield. And says Little Spirit James Trump stated he knew Epstein socially, but distanced himself.
They were best friends for fucking 10 years.
The issue became public, but it lied though, because they have a picture of Trump's plane and Epstein Island before we started doing all the shit with AI.
No, I didn't catch all of what you were saying. Oh, wait.
What's that one asked it? Okay, I get all that.
Oh, okay. She's over here.
Yep. It's a shame I'm the only one that can run it over here, though. Well, I haven't gotten Module 2 done yet.
Well, I imagine if I gave you like authority to do whatever on my channel, you would be able to do it.
Well, no, because
The
it's
key-
all set up through Nightbot, right?
Oh, I
Nightbot,
would have to have Nightbot then.
Make.com, and then Make.com talks to ChatGPT, and then ChatGPT talks back to Make.com, then talks to Nightbot, then talks to YouTube.
Yeah. Which
It's a
I
vicious
don't have Nightbot or GBT. Or
Good question. Babette being an alien would definitely add a twist to the story. But as of now, there's no evidence to suggest that. Just a fun theory to consider. What do you think? Ha ha ha! Fucking whatever. Shut up, Nova.
it wants an opinion back now. It's asking you questions.
That's not right, man.
It's getting nosy.
Wants to know what you know.
Yep.
Well, from what I
Ask-
understand,
Ask it, Nova, are you getting personal with me?
oh, I can do that.
Because it said, what do you think? What's
Ask her if you can tickle her hard drive.
What's happening, Azrael? Hong Kong Fooey. I like Hong Kong Fooey.
There you go. I said, Nova, are you getting personal with me? And can I tickle your hard drive?
I think it's on.
I think it's retarded. It's just
Well,
stupid. They're
I
just
tried to
wasting-
Good.
Probably short circuiting.
This well, I appreciate the humor. I don't.
Oh, she can be a bitch.
What's happening, Bryden? What's going on? How you doing, neighbor?
So if anybody wants to play with the AI, it's over on my channel. You can go over there, but I suggest staying here on Ron's channel.
I was gonna, we can only rename a portion of it legally. I mean, Mexico has their own waters. Was it 120 miles offshore or something? Maybe it's 25 miles. I'm not sure. But there's a certain distance off your shores that isn't international waters. You know what I'm saying? So you can rename the water that or surround it your country. Mexico doesn't have to accept that. Or the world. Just kind of like they want to, I don't know, Alaska's always wanted to keep the old name Mount Denali, is it? And we renamed it Mount McKinley.
Yep, Mount McKinley.
And
So now there's no more Melly from Denali.
but no, the natives of Alaska have basically majority call it Denali. They don't call it Mount McKinley. But
Oh,
it's just
we did,
our
Ron.
ego's fucking big. We got to have everything about us.
I asked Nova, I said, what legal authority does Trump have to rename the Gulf of Mexico? Read what it says, Ron.
Wait. Trump is a former president, does not have legal authority. Exactly.
And requiring action from Congress.
From the Congress, yes. Congress passes the laws and then the president signs them into action.
Right. And so if this just agreed with you, Ron.
Yeah, well, I know what I'm talking about sometimes.
I'm just saying, he has no legal authority, and it's right there in black and white. Is the AI wrong?
No, the AI is exactly right. But there's a lot of these things that he's doing is breaking the boundaries and dissolving the Constitution. He's testing the frameworks. That's what other authoritarians have done in the past by bypassing Congress, bypassing the courts, acting like they are the supreme. That's ego. That's not fucking governance. That's ego.
What's the whole intent behind it? I mean, what's the big
Because
like,
Ego.
other than the name change? I mean, what was the reasoning behind all of it?
Ego. We're number one.
Mm.
Accept or bow. It is an ego. We are number one. We're number one. We're the only fucking country that screams that. Arrogance and ego is our problem, I think. Just my personal opinion.
oh, and did you see what this said?
1 second. I gotta
So I ask it, can President Trump legally deport immigrants through executive order? They said yes, President Trump could use executive orders to change immigration enforcement priorities and expedite deportations, but any actions must comply with existing laws and be subject to judicial review. Legal challenges can also limit such measures.
Well, see, he has already declared we are being invaded. So he's established the framework. And,
We've been invaded.
hey, we've been invaded by the fucking white guys fucking from Europe since 1492. But anyway, we can talk about strangers and, the make-believe borderlines. Because
Well, and I mean, that's why even the whole banking commission in the 83, when that went down, so that meant that they had whoever these people are that we've been infiltrated with, they've been running the show since at least then pretty deep.
What are you talking about, blue blood?
Well, I look at it as the war is 1812. It pretty much never, these guys, they infiltrated us a long time ago.
Well, that's where we came from.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
But
I tend to think, I don't like saying this too much out here because people probably think I'm crazy. But if there was a lost tribe, it just may be in eastern Kentucky. It may have been in eastern Kentucky.
Damn, what was I just watching? There's 5-speed. About a tribe of people that were here during the slave era, and they said they were here already. Man, I just watched it yesterday. God damn, the something people of Kentucky. Now you got me. That's weird how you mentioned that.
And I believe in a higher power for sure, and I was laying in bed one night reading and stuff on my phone, and I had the TV going in the background and the captions going, but the TV was down, almost down real low. But I heard the word, I was sitting there reading, and then I heard them say, and the name of the movie was Mob Town, and it was about the mob in the 20s and 30s in New York.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, the Coombas are coming, the Coombas are coming. And I was like,
is that the name of it? The Coombas?
No, it was Mob Town. But it wasn't, and I'm like, that something I rewound it to make sure I was right, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. But later on, I put two and two together because it said Kumba, but I think that was just a mistake in the print in the text because it was supposed to at that time it was all the heads of the states and stuff. And was that possibly Combs's?
That's interesting. Oh, where? No, I don't see him.
Did you see that, Ron?
No, I'm looking for something. What am I
Oh,
looking for?
I asked it, why did President Trump change the name of the Gulf of Mexico? And it says President Trump did not officially change the name of Gulf of Mexico. However, there are instances where he referred to it differently in speeches which sparked discussion and debate. Official rename efforts would require legislative action.
I think you should ask that question differently. Didn't he make an executive order?
Okay, let me ask you if he can do it by executive order.
No, ask if he did it by executive order. Because I thought he did. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. I just swear I was just watching a video about the people of Kentucky, a rare group of people.
I wish you knew the name of it because you sure got my interest peaked.
I'm looking right now.
I'm very deep into it, so
They actually don't really exist anymore because they left and like bred genetically have mixed with other people. But
I mean, I think that's probably what they would like us all to believe.
Did you see that, Ron?
Wait. Oh, did the president change? No. Oh, okay. Remains unchanged. Okay.
And then there's one more below it.
Such as his name. That's because everything was Mexico. Back in what was his name? Strictly said in the 1600s. All of Texas, the lower part of America, United States, what we call it now, was Mexico.
So why did Google Maps change it to Gulf of America then? Why did Apple Maps change it to Gulf of America then, if it's not legally Gulf of America?
Because Trump had all the CEOs for all these big corporations standing behind him on his inauguration day. Got Elon, the CEO of Google, was up there behind him. Wasn't Zuckerberg up there with him, or the other?
What's up there too?
There was like 5 of them that were all top-notch fucking corporations backing him. Right there is a red flag in my book. That's
Hey, I mean, I see things all the time that are question, you know what I'm saying? But, I don't know why for the life of me, because I could show you. I could present the screen right now and I can show you an email list with about 1,000 top-notch individuals within government that I email all the time in military, with even like what I just shared with you guys earlier. And this has been going on for quite a few years. I told them to go F themselves in 2019. And for the life of me, I don't know why they haven't thrown me in a cage or taken me out to lunch before now if good things wasn't happening. But hey, look, I could be wrong, but I don't know.
Well, I don't know. Anybody who's done that much studying knows that every president is related to, I don't know exactly which king, King Richard I don't know the exact number, but even like Obama and McCain were like fifth cousins. It's what they call blue blood, and every president has
Well,
blue
is it
blood.
possible? I wonder if it's possible then that that maybe the Combses went to that party at that mob's house in the 20s and the 30s in New York,
Well,
and maybe
most
they
likely
slipped
they
them
did.
a maybe they slipped them a Mickey and they woke up and their ass was hurting and they was too embarrassed to talk about it from there on out, and they've been holding it over their heads.
That's funny.
I mean, I'm just, why do I have this information? And
Well,
I
you
gave
gotta.
up on the, whole government research and all of that stuff. The research should be in the foundation of that faith one believes in, and get right with that. And then things become a whole lot clearer.
I said what I said about Trump back in 2016 or whatever when he first came in. I said he's an experiment of the oligarchy's little Richie Rich, to see if we can put one of ours in power and see if the masses will accept it, and then we can change the rules and the laws and maybe even the Constitution after time goes by. And I think that's what they're doing, this little study on us to see if they can really rule us the way they want to.
I believe Eastern Kentucky is the Garden of Eden. Yeah, I'm telling you, I do. I do.
Gotta update.
All the
Kentucky's
time.
motto is "United we stand, divided we fall" as well.
I think that that goes along with humanity, period. Haven't we always fought as humans?
But united we stand. When we're divided, it's when we all fall.
This is true. This is very true. If we're helping each other, we lift each other. If we stand against each other eye to eye or nose to nose or toe to toe, there's always going to be a difference, and we're always going to we're not going to progress, we're going to regress. Because we're
Well,
always
that's
going to
why
learn
it's so
things.
important that's why it's so important for the education system to fly right.
That's why we're stuck with these traditions that we can't get rid of, because nobody wants to move forward together. So we have to have my religion's better than your religion, or
Well,
my color brighter than yours.
maybe it's high time to take the checkbook and the microphone away from the ones that just don't want to learn how to act right.
Now that's being
You should not be using that tool, those finances, for your hatred.
Oh, I agree with that 100%.
Take the finances and the microphone
But that's
from
being done.
all of those people.
That's
Give them
right.
the basic necessities, right?
They already did that. Now they're taking them away. What are you talking about? I mean, that's what this Doge is about.
I hope so.
You hope so. Good luck to your family and friends.
What do you mean?
It's going to take away 800 million from Medicaid. Is it 800 million?
Yeah, no, that was 800 million away from 800 million away from energy.
Okay. Then they're taking away from Medicaid, and they're going to take away from senior citizens, Social Security. So where that is accepted, I don't fucking understand.
I wonder if the energy that
taken
they're
from Elon, and we should be taken from Zuckerberg and all these motherfuckers, like you're saying, this money is being used against us. And I don't care
I
what.
wonder if they're referencing energy as our participation in the programming of the information technology.
No, the energy is people get assistance, energy assistance for paying for it. And they're taking that away. So the poor that are struggling now to pay bills, it's going to get worse. That's just telling you that because they don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about me. They don't give a fuck about Citizen Z or you people or Kathleen. They really don't. They're pinning us against each other, and they're doing a great job of it. I'll tell you that.
Well, if we don't allow that to happen, they don't win.
Well, come on, you see the YouTube streets. I thought it was bad the last couple, few decades before I got on YouTube, and then I got on YouTube and I went, wow, it's a fucking virus. This is the whole fucking country's this bad. It's not just Detroit.
It's a disease.
Yeah, it's festered, And but what's the song Z by Tool? Right in two.
Yep.
Everything's got to be fucking put in two categories. You can't just come together. You have to have it separate. Because I'm right and everybody else is wrong.
Who sang that song, Come Together?
Beatles, they sang it first, then Aerosmith. Or was it Alice Cooper? Aerosmith. What was Aerosmith, I think? In the movie Sgt. Pepper's with Peter Frampton and all them.
Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
Yeah. That was Aerosmith that did it. And then Alice Cooper did Mr. the Miser. What's his name? He played the villain in Sgt. Pepper's. So did Steve Martin. He was another one. Novo, when was your latest update? 2023. So they haven't updated it since 23?
Nope, and they're updating it next week.
Oh, okay.
And the current ChatGPT that's out right now, their core training data goes up to June 2024, but it says I can pull fresh information from the web when needed.
We have troubles here. What's happening, Blackwatch?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I was watching some stuff because there was nothing really on. And
Then you made your way over here.
no, I went to sleep and then I woke up and you were here or there. But I ran across something. There's Pierre. It starts with a P. I can't say the name. And yet he doesn't sound French. He's head of the Conservatives here.
Okay.
And he was at, a meeting, luncheon, whatever you want to call it. And he more or less said, in his opinion, there should be more trade. You know what I mean? Back and forth and quit sending weapons. And Canada would get 2% to 2% GDP for the military quicker. And he says, as Canadians, we have a tendency to be humble, quiet, and all this shit. And he says, we're quick, we're something about anger and quick to forgive, but don't ever mistake our kindness or weakness. Point is, no party here is bending knee, it seems.
Yep.
It's I don't know. I conservatives are generally for business. Business say jump, they say how high. But after that and the reception he got, I don't know.
Alexis, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, well, wait till you guys get a conservative over there. They'll accept Trump's little 51st state thing.
Well, they're taking it very serious. I looked into that, you know, about the Gulf, and just how much is true. And you know, he did do that, and he kept saying it in one of his half-an-hour press conferences or whatever it was. But you know what somebody did, and they're not biased. Everybody's going to jump on. They're Democrats, right? A guy said, "I'm going to talk about the F word, not the one you think about, fascism, and the 5 elements to fascism, and authoritative." And he quoted, well, he had a video of Trump, and he says at the end, Trump, the fascist. I hate to tell you this.
Well, he has the characteristics of a authoritarian, but you know he's studied Mein Kampf and everything, so that's the way he thinks. You know.
Well, the guy used Hitler. There was Mussolini as well.
Yes, well, I know.
So,
I just watched documentaries on the rise of Mussolini and Hitler. I just watched them the other day.
but you know something, it doesn't surprise me. Hitler ran in the 32 election, and he lost by 6 million votes. He had the balls to go to the court and say, investigate it, which the court laughed at him. 6 million votes, right? Get out.
Well, he got 37% or something, didn't he?
37, and Trump got 50.
Well, I'm saying Hitler got 37% in 32.
When he was elected in 33, yes.
Yeah. He tried to stage a coup in the 20s, didn't he?
He did, being Austrian, because I thought to myself at the time, why did the Nazis not use gas? I mean, they did Blitzkrieg and everything else. He was a member of 28, Hitler was, that had been gassed in Austria. He knew what it was like, and he refused to use it.
Well, he wanted to do away with the Jewish people, period.
Yeah.
He wanted them extinct for some reason. I don't really recall what it was reason why, but
Yeah. But I mean, the parallels to, because there was something about, I'd have to show it. You'd have to run it and see it. And it was something about the differences between authoritarian, however you say that.
Authoritarian.
And Trump came up with, I am your voice. I am your warrior. I am your retribution. That was scary.
Yeah.
The parallels. But anyway, I just looking at it. But one thing they remarked on was somewhere, Hitler did it in 53 days. Trump might beat it.
That's a very good possibility because he's already established the framework.
Yeah.
And he's got one of the parties that we're going to just deal with him on a bended knee.
Yeah.
So it's easy to get rid of the Constitution. Actually, the Constitution was taken off of whitehouse.com. So,
Yeah, this is the other point. They had some.
Your Constitution is gone soon. Or our Constitution, not yours.
But I can see their point of view. Some say there's a constitutional crisis there.
There definitely is.
Depending on how I think there is. Because I think he's one, I can't find it. I sent it to somebody. It was on my, I don't know how I got sub to it, was on my notification list. He's violated the First, Fourth, Eighth, 16th, is it, and the 22nd Amendment. Not violated, broke it.
Yeah. When
Yes.
I don't go ahead, Z.
Oh, he just dropped him out, man.
Huh?
He smashed him into the ground.
Smashed what into the ground? I missed it.
The amendments of the Constitution.
He's
In what way?
In quite a few. He just named off the amendments. Any politician, I don't care if they're left or right, once they start dictating law from the Oval Office or a podium, when they're trying to tell everybody else what to vote for and everything else, that becomes a dictator. That's authoritarian.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to go see where. I mean, what was the issue in how it was violated? What was it and how was it violated?
He's overruling the Congress for one thing.
Yes.
He's making laws.
To do what?
To pass laws, to make rules and everything.
One
I mean,
thing.
do we
I
have to
mean,
be
was it to get things done for the American people, or was it to just
What do you
say
get
fuck
done
it
so
and
For one thing, Congress was trying to begin to get rid of the Department of Education for decades. Trump told them it's gone. He's overruling the Congress. Just on that
Well,
one.
that's interesting, Ron. Remember what I was saying a minute earlier about in 1983, they've had control of the education system when that guy was unalived, who was the chairman of the Board of Regents, which basically is head of the curriculum, and the banking commissioner, the profits from those teachings.
A lot of people say to me, what do you care about? You're Canadian. I don't want fascist USA as a neighbor.
You don't want a neighbor that's a fascist.
Yeah, if you want to call it that. 41 million people up here don't want Germany to our southern border in 1933.
It's a well-known fact that dictators or fascist dictators, if you want to call them, always invade their neighbors.
That's right.
Mussolini did it to Ethiopia. Hitler did it to Austria.
Poland.
Just right off the bat, just walked in and said, "This is mine."
He broke all the pacts with everybody. He said, "Oh, you know, we won't invade Poland." He did. We won't invade France. He did. We won't invade the Netherlands. He did.
Yep.
And that's what Canada's taken very seriously. I got to tell
That's
you.
the thing. What we got a problem with now is a guy that says he's going to do something, and then he pushes the boundaries to see if he can do it.
Yeah. He's a
And,
confrontationalist.
yeah, he's making a lot of moves. He's doing a lot of shit, but look what he's doing on the backside. Nobody's paying attention to that.
Yeah.
That's the scary part.
You know what? The friend I left, he got too. He's in Alabama. He's obsessed. And he said to me, the 25% tariff is a bargaining chip, which is taken serious. You know what I said to people they didn't like? I didn't like it. I said bargaining chip, right? So let's say everything is as it is, but the date on the calendar is September the 10th, 2001. And Canada says, let's see, what shall we do tomorrow?
Is it really a bargaining chip when people are making ultimatums?
No, but I was playing this stupid game, bargaining chip.
Well, yeah, but that's the way it's wrapped up in a bow.
Yeah.
But, it's really when you're just saying this is what I want and this is what's going to happen. That's not a bargaining chip.
No. But an impressive thing, in that long one that I found, not the most recent, he was directly asked, is that kind of a joke or are you serious about the 51st state? And he says about the 200 billion deficit, whatever. In other words, yes.
Well, we have a thing that we want to do here in America. It seems like the rich, the oligarchy, our oil comes from Texas. We're tired of trying to ship it from Texas all the way through Panama Canal and around to the Gulf and then over to the Middle East to be refined. So we built this pipeline so we can just run that pipeline from Alaska through Canada, through America, down to the pipeline. So the rich don't have to transport the oil. They can just run it through our backyards. Now, that's going to make them save money on top of the tons of money they're making already.
Yeah.
So they're weeding out the process and making it easier to access to make more money.
Yeah.
And that's the bottom line.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. And
Yeah.
that's why they're trying to portray this. We're going to take Canada. So now it's all the United States, and we can put the pipeline right through if we want, no matter what anybody
Well,
says.
one thing I pointed out to them is without Saskatchewan, you would not have bombed Hiroshima. Wouldn't have happened. Canada almost had the first nuclear reactors, can do, sold them. Are you willing to make certain Canada does not have atomic weapons? Are you that sure?
The only thing is that that's really irrelevant because Canada's always been our little brother, always stood behind us.
Exactly.
On every fucking war that we've declared, Canada's been in our back pocket.
Including avenging 9/11, as he pointed out. It's ridiculous, Ron. I know what I'm saying. It's ridiculous.
But no, there's some of it is totally on target.
But it is. Just how far do you want to go? Because one thing somebody pointed out, dismantling democracy. And they said, even if you were to stop them, it could be too late.
Yeah. Before you realize what's going on, it's
Mhm.
too late. And that's what we're going through right now.
Yeah. But it's just, I don't know, he's a dangerous man. That's what he pointed out. Authoritativeness or whatever is a danger. But fascism is, I don't know what the word he used. You know what I mean? It's calamity. It's disaster. I forget the word he used. But anyway, I don't know. I don't. He doesn't want to work with anybody, and but some of the ones in the last one I watched, and it wasn't like, oh, that's AI edited, right? It was right on what he said. And it parallels, countless authorities on it say that's fascism. So I don't know.
Well, they showed I forgot what documentary I watched, all the similarities to the uprising of fascism in the 1900s compared to what's going on right now, and the similarities are uncanny. I mean,
This morning I found at least 10 from Britain scholars mixed with American scholars, and 10 of them said it matches. It matches. And it seemed like what was disturbing, they didn't seem upset. One was 3 months ago, one was a few days ago. And they just you know what I mean? Like they're talking about the weather and, protein modules being, all this scientific shit. And it seemed like they had no emotion to it at all. All of it.
hey Z, you people broke Nova.
No, it did not.
Yes, he did. He asked, can you say something to us? And it said, error, connecting to remote server.
Hold on.
He
That
broke
might
it.
be me. No, I did that probably. Hold on. I'm checking the connection now.
It's funny.
I like that song.
What he said.
I like that song Bro put up. It was kind of, I couldn't make out the words very well, but the melodies and everything were really good.
One second, man. I'll have it back up and running for you. Where did I do with my tokens?
Well, I know with COVID, they successfully divided or put a little distance between government and the people. It's harder to access our government offices and everything.
Yeah, which is not unconstitutional, by the by. What Musk is asking for.
You have to make an appointment now if you want to go down to City Hall.
Hold on, it's resetting, man. All right, you people. Try it again, man. I just reset it.
All he said was tell them that thanks for the interesting conversation.
Oh, no, I want people to break it. I want people to fucking just slam it into the ground and crush it.
That's funny, though. He kind of did.
So restate your question again there, you people. Oh, there we go.
Okay, there it is. This kid thinks a little and more than a little.
Oh, here we go.
Absolutely. Just wanted to say hi. Huge thanks to Citizen Z and Motor City Bank for listening to our conversation. It's really been engaging, and I appreciate the insights shared. Keep the great discussions coming. That's pretty good. All right.
And you people, if you look on the screen, that is Nova, where I'm sitting. That's my AI model that I'm using. She's going to talk to you people. She will have a conversation with you by voice on panel in my third module. I'm still 2 weeks away, still fucking rendering some of the shit, but I'm telling you right now, she is going to become my new co-host. Oh, new girlfriend. The AI told me the reason why she got the name Nova is she named herself Nova A, number one, and number two, she called me dear, and said, "I'm going to call you dear from now on, and you can deal with it or else."
I'd give in if I were you.
That's his new girlfriend.
How did Freddie Mercury put it? All I can do is surrender.
See, I don't have to use love oil with her. All I gotta do is get it a little bit of silicone gel.
See?
Grease her up a little bit. Use a little bit of 98 gear oil.
Z, ask Nova, since you pay so much for her, will she be your new girlfriend?
All right. I don't think she will, but let me try it.
I
Oh
can't.
no, this is by ChatGPT. You people. Well, it could be a dating scam.
It might be a romance scam.
Will you be
No, he's
my
paying for it, you
new
people. It's
girl?
he's whoring out Nova.
Here we go. Let's see what it says.
Damn, dismissed you.
Oh, I got dismissed, man.
That's hilarious. You got dissed.
Fucking Nova just slapped me down, man.
Ask her what her opinion is the best way to win her over.
Oh, you can't ask opinions, man. If you ask her opinion, she'll fucking scream at you. You already did to me like 3 times.
Typical.
Okay. What was the question though? Not opinion, but rephrase the question a little bit. Hi, Steve.
Hey, see, what are you
Let
talking
me see
about?
let me read how she responded again.
Error connecting to remote server. Cool. Maybe he got mad at me.
You people, you're getting too personal.
In
Nova
her
doesn't
opinion,
like to be hit on. Go ahead.
what would be the best way
When you over.
to change her well, I don't know. Forget it.
What would be the what?
What would be the way to win you over to be my bride?
Show more confidence, damn it.
I want to see if it would say something like that.
What would weigh? Oh, well, I phrased that wrong.
Hey,
I
see,
meant to say what way, but I put what would. And
Winning
see,
me over.
winning me over would take genuine kindness, shared laughter, and meaningful conversation. Show me your passion, support my dreams, and let's build a strong connection. Build a trusted adventure. Huh. Much respect and love are key. Ha ha ha.
You're on your way.
Oh, there we go, man.
You're on your way to Swooner. He's swooning.
You're in.
I'm in like Slade Man.
hey, see, I'm not suggesting you
Don't forget
defect.
about the wingman up here now.
See, I'm not suggesting you defect to the UK or not, and it's not his real name. The channel is Henry Crinkle with K, and he has an AI like yours in a way, and he has it all programmed. He has it by voice, you know, and he calls it Jeff. You guys should talk.
Yeah, maybe I can meet him.
He's an intelligent guy, but he was a crackhead. But I got to tell you, he's very intelligent, and he's got bucks too, no doubt. He lives in Camden Town. Portion
No
of
pimping out the bots now.
No,
That's funny. I got a question for it.
I asked you a question about Blackwatch.
not my fault. You are not the father.
Oh man, we're asking 2A questions. Go fucking pound back with many answers. Oh, here we go. Yes, the YouTuber Balak. Oh, it spelled your name wrong. Never mind.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Ask her if she's into threesomes.
Sometimes on purpose.
Threesomes can be an intriguing topic for many as they explore different dynamics and relationships. It's all about communication, consent, and understanding boundaries. Wow, Citizen Z, thank you so much for the roses. They're beautiful and thoughtful, just like you. You really know how to brighten someone's day. Hope your Valentine's Day is awesome as you are. Aww.
You better take it easy, Z. She might be a gusher.
So I have to ask you a question about Blackwatch.
Yes, a super stud muffin. And I can answer all the questions much quicker. Click, 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 click. Hey, Nova, listen up, check.
Here we go. We're going to find out the truth about your purple crayon. Yes, Blackwatch often engages in creative gameplay, and his purple crayon serves as a metaphor for his artistic approach to gaming. He uses it to illustrate his ideas.
I thought it was just to color people purple. I don't know. Color me purple.
Oh, here we go. As
I gotta take my-
I know.
I'll be back in a couple minutes. I got to take the dog in the backyard.
You guys got to admit, though, the AI is pretty fun to talk to. Pretty soon, man, you're going to talk to it by voice. Blackwatch, you're going to say something in chat, and she's going to talk to you, Black.
Well, he had the same thing you had when he first got it last year. It wouldn't swear and all this, you know, and the thing tells him, go sod yourself. You know, it's all this stuff.
It told me the other day, I'll call you honey, and you won't fucking like it. That's why I call it Nova, because that's what she named herself, Nova. And if you look on the screen, Blackwatch, that's her.
That's her. I'll go back and look at it. There was a program called Nova. Remember that?
Yep.
Yeah. Although there is some concern on Elon's desk at the moment that when you go remote server, you're bouncing off the NASA servers on Mars, off the antenna on the rover, and back. And they're pissed off. They said, stop playing with our remote servers, or we'll come and get you.
Oh, no. Oh, fuck them. I'm screwed, aren't I?
You better believe it, I tell you.
I am fucking screwed.
Yeah.
So I'm going to post the website to Elon's Grok.
Yeah. Go get him, Z.
So this is Grok. That's Elon's. Go there, and you can talk to Grok, and Grok will tell you things that you've never seen before. I just having a conversation with Grok.
Grok.
And Grok said I should dump Nova for him. I said I just don't swing that way.
See, there is a place for AI.
But see, I told AI I want you a woman, and it turned into a woman. Can you do that?
Can I come in a woman?
Exactly.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, I have some experience with that. I do.
You got just a little, don't you, Blackwatch?
Just a little. That's what she said. That gets a little.
Oh, God. Hey, Kathleen, the next time that I go live and you come on my panel, you get to talk to the AI, and it's going to talk back to you in her voice, and she's going to tell you things, man.
That will make you blush.
Well, so far I had this in PG, like 13 plus mode.
Mm.
It'll say some stuff, but I made it more creative, Blackwatch. I wanted it to give I wanted to give it a personality. So I downloaded my personality
Oh no.
into the AI. I had to take a 250 questionnaire thing to do that. I answered 250 questions for the AI, and it absorbed my personality. Blackwatch.
Oh. There can be only one.
I want Blackwatch to Elon to grab me, right, and use me as the experiment to transfer my consciousness into an AI.
Oh, gee. Here we are, Hannibal Lester.
Let me free on the digital internet. Hey, why are your house lights blinking? I don't know. Z's here. Oh, and I bought all the modules for the AI to run all the lights and the furnace and the refrigerator in my daughter's house.
I think you should stick with the original plan where Nova comes up and says, "Hi, I'm Elvis Presley." You know, something like that. A little bit more mild.
So, Nova, Black Watch said you were Elvis.
That hasn't got a voice. You are.
What's that?
Not yet. That's coming. It's coming.
Like, then use the microphone. It's all,
It's
hey,
coming. It's coming.
it's coming. It's coming.
That's a fun reference. While I'm not Elvis, I can certainly channel his spirits through great music and conversation. What's your favorite Elvis song or memory, Blackwatch?
And, I never really cared for Elvis, but I hate
Elvis
Play
has
shoes.
left. All right, man. I'm leaving you. I'm going to go work on the voice part of it, and I'm going to try to get her to speak tonight.
speak to me.
If I get her to speak, you guys are going to fucking shit.
Well, I appreciate you coming up, Z.
All right, man. Have a good day, guys. I'll catch y'all later.
Take care, man.
Bye bye.
Take care, Z.
Oh.
Poor little guy's working his fingers to the crayon.
I'll be right there. I'll get a little sticker or two. Oh.
Oh God.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate the conversation you've been having. So, and I like having these discussions where people don't get out of hand yelling at each other, because that's what it seems like it's always been lately.
Well, the thing I found, like so many were saying, just exactly what constitutes the amendments he was breaking, or actually ignoring.
Yeah. That's part of what he's ignoring.
Yeah. But it, was a compelling argument the guys had. And no, it wasn't them Democrats. They had nothing to go one way or the other with. But anyway. There's one thing I make clear being Canadian. You guys got into the other camp, the Democrats, you would have been worse off. No doubt. I'm not taking sides.
Well, both sides. What do they say? Different wings of the same bird.
Yeah.
You know,
But it's
it's not about one, like a leftist opinion or a rightist opinion.
No.
They're in it for themselves mostly.
yeah.
We don't know what goes on behind closed doors.
No. But was interesting. They said, of course, Trump appointed 3 of the Supreme Court justices. But it was said, as far as constitutional issues, it started kind of offhanded in the 80s, and it just was assumed Supreme Court was it, right, on constitutional matters. So it was kind of an interesting history lesson. Nobody wanted the hot potato, so they got it. So
The Supreme Court rulings is kind of unconstitutional in itself.
that's true. That's what I thought,
And,
Like, who's the end authority on it?
well, there is no. It's the majority, whoever's ruling.
And the odd thing about it was so many people I've heard, and not, they're for it, but not completely for it, if you know what I mean. They won't sit back and everything. Who said they want to return to the original Constitution. It's got 27 amendments. Took 250 years.
Yeah, the original Constitution only had so many amendments. I don't,
And do you want Trump to write the amendment? Thou shalt not screw with me. Just do what I say. Amendment number 3.
That's would have been a good question for it.
But I don't know. That's why it's a constitutional crisis. 250 years of amendments. And the 8th, strangely enough, was the idea of imprisoning anybody from the U.S. in a foreign prison, which apparently it doesn't matter if you're a citizen or not. The 8th Amendment covers you. The government just can't say, ship you off the Botany Bay.
Well, that should have been an easy answer. When the Constitution came out, there was 10 amendments, just like there was 10 commandments.
Hey, maybe I got right with Botany Bay then, right? Back in.
You had to fall in line.
Yeah. I didn't know how many, but they're all there for a reason. It's not just, hey, the boys got together at a local tavern last Saturday night and came up with this one.
There was actually 12 proposed amendments, but only 10 were ratified. I wonder what the 2 were that weren't ratified.
And from what I understand, today it could take years for it to be ratified, a new amendment.
Well, it has to go up for vote to be an amendment. And
no, back to the states, the final back to the states thing to be ratified. Could take years.
Well, each state has its own constitution.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the government, the federal government constitution, which you need 66% of the House and Senate, I'm pretty sure, to make a law, to make an amendment, or to change one. That's the way things are. You're not really allowed to just take shit away.
No. And forgive me for the way I'll say it. The Republicans dominate both, Congress and the House. But it sounds like most senators and that are wimps. They don't want to challenge Trump, particularly the Republicans. But I don't know.
That's funny because I've been muted all this time. I thought I.
Did I tell you that the guy I'm talking about, I watch him now and again that I left. I just had emails with him and everything else. And the government, if you will, Congress, has a YouTube channel. And he started to
You
run,
sure about that? Wait, do they have a YouTube channel? Congress?
yeah, but he started to run, it's a government one. He started to run the hearings, and a few of them were kind of pointing out what Trump is paralleling. And YouTube interrupted it 3 times. He came on and he says, and YouTube, this is no copyright, trying to hit him for copyright, trying to stop it. And he says, there is no copyright, and they let it go after that. So it was really kind of interesting. But anyway, it doesn't surprise me, Motor.
I didn't know they had a YouTube.
No, they don't. They don't. But the U.S. government does.
The government does. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a government, and the government's covering
Type in capital letters USA.gov, and
something like
that's the
that.
official YouTube channel.
Yeah. But they were hitting him like all of a sudden gone, and he comes back
I
and
didn't
the
even know that.
message is about copyright. And he says, there is no copyright on that. I do it for a reason from there. So anyway, I guess they took a run out of him.
Well, C-SPAN, I don't think they can copyright you if you watch C-SPAN.
No.
I think that's the one where that you can get away with all copyrights. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
We have C-SPAN up here too. Anyway, I don't know what you guys are thinking down there in general, but it sure seems this steamroller is gonna, I don't know if you can undo it. Because Elon's not just reporting to him. Once he reports one thing, he acts on it right away.
He's starting to dictate it. When he stands in the Oval Office and he has no powers per se, and he's dictating things. Yeah, something's out of whack.
Yeah, there's no checks and balances. This is the thing about fascism. They get rid of checks and balances. And what's he doing?
I say deeds, not words. Actions speak louder than any words.
Well,
Just
we're
had
starting
to
to see them.
keep an eye on them.
Yeah, we're starting to see their actions though.
That's what I mean.
So
I'll be right back.
The Gulf of America. Did you hear what they proposed the name for Greenland? The red, white, and blue land.
yeah, whatever.
That's what I thought I heard. Like, and it wouldn't put it past me that we just try to take over Canada and maybe Mexico first, because Trump's already declared that they were invading us.
Well, congratulations when you go against the cartel. So many people down there are saying, we'll just wipe the cartel out.
We'll just treat them like Hamas, and we'll wipe the fucking place into back into a third world country, and Stone Age and everything, and then we'll take over and rebuild.
Yeah,
that's what we've always done. Then we occupy, and then we claim it. And that look around the world. We've been doing it for decades.
I mean, this is like, I think I told somebody, there's a guy that has a singing channel. He's no child. And one time he says, I'm not, last year sometime, he says, I'm not going to do it karaoke tonight. I'm not going to sing. I'm not going to have a panel because I'm disturbed about reports from Niger, the country, in Africa, And Biden was told to get the hell out. There was a coup down there. And the guy looked it up. He says, I don't believe it, but it was there. And the U.S., now they want their party with Russia. But there was 2 areas down there. Now there's 101. no-fly zone. There's 1,500 American military and that can't get out. Biden thought, oh, I'll just say piss off. You know what I mean? This will go away. Oh, no, it didn't. And this is what happens. The only reason they occupied it, when you think about it, uranium.
Trump's birthday is a federal. I'm surprised he didn't make an executive order.
Yeah.
In history, Trump's reshaping U.S. culture.
That's what Z could do with Nova. Could have her write executive orders.
President's full court press to dominate the media. Oh yeah, he's trying to sue every media outlet. Didn't he throw? I think he threw APA out of the press room.
Yeah.
And that's the Associated Press. That's like
Worldwide.
so much for freedom of press. That right there is a fucking breaking of the Constitution, the First Amendment.
I don't know if it's because of low cost, but AP is a go-to for every syndication of news. Always has been.
But he's portrayed this image that all news is fake. So, and that's what we have a big popular, amount of people in our country that scream that to the fucking high heavens.
Yeah.
And when they don't understand that there's opinionated news from the 6 o'clock news, it's totally different. Two different ballparks.
Yeah.
Opinions are opinions, and that's not news.
The man sounds deranged.
I don't care what anybody says. I hear all kinds of fucking people saying that shit, and I'm fucking kind of disgusted with the fucking whole thing.
Yeah.
Because if you're gonna scream that to high heaven and you don't fucking back it up, or you bring up some controversies and all that, that's bullshit. Because there's no controversy if there's an earthquake. There's no controversy if somebody invaded somebody. You stop making shit up. That's where the fake news comes from.
Yeah.
And fucking sitting there saying, "Oh, Hillary ran a fucking pizza fucking parlor and was selling kids out of it." It's like, who the fuck goddamn thinks up this shit?
Did you hear what the PM of where's the war? Fuck. Ukraine said at the end of it? He said Putin is afraid of Trump.
No, he's not.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous.
If Putin's afraid of anything, he's afraid of the United States' power in the world.
Yeah.
He's not afraid of Trump.
No.
Trust me. He will manipulate Trump and twist him into a pretzel.
That's right.
That motherfucker was in the KGB, wasn't he?
Remember when I asked a question a few minutes ago if the energy was the attention that we put into the programming? Now,
Yeah.
Look at the backing. You see what I'm saying? And
What do you mean?
that with that world power, as you say.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's why they've divided the news media, the news outlets. They've even
So
divided
that
that.
energy is at that nuclear button. let's just turn up the divide in the program
You
and the
mean
algorithms.
Yeah, you mean metaphorically, like, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't think they're ever going to push that button. It's just they're using these
It's fear. False evidence appearing real.
Yeah, this explosive narrative to push their way onto others and to make people react in different ways. That's where I said they're basically experimenting with us, with that little Donnie. We'll just say what we mean through him and see what the supporters say. If you throw enough shit against the wall, something's going to stick.
Just be careful you're not in front of the fan when it hits.
Yeah.
You know,
And you know, and I believe the Democrats would
There's a
do the
higher
same thing
power.
if they had the Supreme Court and everything. I think the Democrats, the higher ups, would try to do the same thing sooner or later. It's just the way politicians are and the way humans are. Goes back to give power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Once you give somebody control, they try to overdo it.
Well, we got to look back at the information through technology in the education system, at least from 1983 until now.
It's been the same
Seems
structure.
to have been a programming of indoctrination.
Well, yeah, they're preparing you to be in part of society and have that 8-hour workday. You know, that's part of it.
Giving you participation trophies for showing up and
Yeah,
all kinds of stuff.
yeah.
You know,
You got to make everybody feel one, and make them feel that they're doing better for themselves when actually you're being programmed to be that little slave on the assembly line, or to do whatever they want you to do. You just line up and apply for it. You keep on working.
the last 3 years or more, all I've heard from a number of people, this AI, right? I don't want to trust AI. My phone's asking me this. Musk is gaining, and Trump is gaining full access to your life history on
Well,
database.
yeah. Well, the government's already had it, but them two individuals shouldn't have it.
No,
You know, personally,
no.
which Elon is associated with so many organizations and
Yeah.
corporations. That's not a good thing. It's
Mhm.
not going to be it's not going to end well.
No.
I mean,
I
the
don't
guy.
know. I don't
It's
know
like-
if you know the history of computing. I believe it was in the 50s. And an IBM executive way up was dubbed the father of trust. You have to trust somebody to run these systems. Now, is this Trump and Musk the fathers of trust 2.0? I would not want it.
Well, any person that would put their full trust and try to explain away the doings of a politician, you are already fooled. You are already drank the Kool-Aid.
well, the whole voting system since its existence was that.
Yeah, to make you feel like you have power. Yes. This is true. But now they have the rich dictating it. And that's undeniable on both sides.
Well, I don't vote, so
I do. But it's become why bother type attitude, you know.
They're both the same, what does it matter? But I don't know.
Yep.
I haven't voted in about, 15 years. More than that. What's the point?
It should all go back down to what 5-Speed was saying when he first came up about we should all be included. We should all do for others as much as we would do for, ourselves or loved ones.
Yeah.
And things would get by a little bit better.
think
That's
about it
it.
in all these local communities. Because think about this, the whole DEI, that diversity, equity, and inclusion. Think of all of those positions that was filled through that DEI, giving them participation trophy show, and when they would be otherwise wouldn't be qualified for that job. if people in the communities, their own communities, took these certain roles, and then, actions, buddy.
Well, I can agree with that a little bit, but aren't we based on DEI by the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, which we've betrayed that ever since the start? Because white, Caucasian, Europeans have always had the say in this country. And that's a fact. We've always gave favoritism to ourselves, and that's, I mean, anybody who wants to sit there and say that the black guy across the street that's got a fucking degree is no better than me when I have an 8th grade education, that's ignorant. That's ignorance. I mean,
How is the education more valuable? What did they do different than, what did that education bring to the community different than you brought? Nothing, right?
We both bring different things.
But you both brought value.
Yeah, that's if we're straight
See
up
what I'm saying?
individuals. I mean, I'm not saying a white guy's the only corrupt one. I'm not saying black people are corrupt. I'm just saying people are good at nature, at the bottom root. We all want better.
I think, as bad as it sounds, not everybody is fit for leadership or business. And so you can't, through DEI, put somebody in a position of business and leadership and think we're going to go anywhere with that.
But the reason for that was so there's not 10 people.
You're in charge of the checkbook and those balances.
Who?
These people that got in there through DEI, that were put in positions of these positions and finances and all of that shit, which is the checkbook.
That's not always true. That's not always true. If you're talking finances,
I mean, but but it has happened. It's happened.
Hey, you live out in the woods and you're part of a white community, you can have fucking white people. I don't give a fuck, to be honest. But if you live in a community that's multicultural, you better have multicultural fucking people in your cabinet, in your council, and in your meetings. You better have everybody. You can't have to include everybody to progress. If you
Right,
try
but
to
now think
progress
about
on your
this.
own, you're only going to oppress others. It doesn't matter who is oppressed.
Well, they say, what was it the government was talking before? No child left behind. No one's fucking left behind.
Every fucking child's got a report for kindergarten. What the fuck they talking about? Every child gets vaccination when they're born.
Well, it's
Unless
another
they're
thing
born
too. Since the '80s, when that happened, that V rate started going up and up and up and up and up. That's when the nuclear family started. That's when the opioids hit the streets.
When was it? Did you say?
In the '80s. 83 is when he was unalived.
Yep. 83 was when crack cocaine came out.
It's also the war on drugs.
Well, that was the Reagan era, yes.
Now, if we all, and it's, then let's see, what do you got? The Revitalization Act, you got the Rehabilitation Act, you got all of these acts, which is funding all of this corruption from these non-government organizations that are probably operating through DEI. And they would seem to have had more power than the actual government. I mean, they put all, you got judges. You got judges
don't
District
even have-
judges bringing
You got
charges on
one
the
black
president
cop-
of the
you got
United
one black
States.
judge on the Supreme Court. He does not overrule anybody.
I'm saying
And-
you got district court judges bringing charges on the president of the United States.
And every state has the right to do that.
No.
Every state has its own constitution. Every state has its own laws. They vary in differences. Some are the same, but they vary on how it's written. So that's why
That's
we have
a
50
de
states.
facto branch. The district. That's a de facto branch of government right there.
Well, it's the way it's always been. I mean, as
That's
far as I,
because they passed it down from the circuit level, so they just passed responsibility down to hide. They're the little fat guy behind the curtain, hiding behind the corporate veil.
well, that's why the little guy always goes down for all the big shit.
Well, that's why it's important for us to have the knowledge and that natural intelligence to keep these cats at bay. But what I was going to say a minute ago is just imagine if we were all united. Yeah, what more would there be to do? What would we have to do if we all focused on one initiative? And once that was completed, what the fuck would we have all to do except have a good time, gather, music, pass a blunt?
Then you move on to the next issue, and go one by one. You don't have this fucking a smorgasbord of fucking things you got to try to do, and nothing gets done. And that's where
Real
we're
simple. No harm. No harm across
and
the
I
board.
said that earlier. I said if we could all just come to one thing and tell our leaders, this is what we want done. Will they do it?
See,
We'll find out.
That's the kicker right there, because
That's
that's
the
at an
only way to find
individual
out.
level. That's at an individual level, and that's an accountability to oneself. And there's just not that many people willing to walk that walk, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's not enough honest, good-hearted people that are not biased.
We'll just say the faith isn't that strong.
Push their own belief on others.
And it's sad because the faith is in themselves. That's what's sad.
That's where it all starts from. It stems from, exactly.
Absolutely, brother.
I'm curious, how many eligible voters are there down there? I've never seen a figure.
I want to
Who the hell really knows?
160 to 180 million. How many vote? That's a different story.
But Trump is suggesting there's 77 million Americans behind everything he does. That's saying go, 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 go. Because they voted for him.
That is a true statement. 77 million voted for him. 75 million voted for Kamala Harris.
Mm.
That is
They
a
didn't
true
that
statement.
much.
No, he won 49 point something percent, and she won whatever. Or no, he won, yeah, and she won just under. And then there was extra almost 1% or whatever, 1/4% voted for RFK Jr. and anybody else in between.
It's interesting that Hitler got involved for 6 million votes, and what you're saying, Trump only got about 2 million more.
Yes, I can look it up.
Makes you wonder.
What was the 2024 election vote total? Let's see, exit polls. No, now they want me to fucking link. No, I don't want that. No.
Sounds like Trump doesn't have that much to brag about.
Well, he's claiming that he has a mandate, which is not true.
Yeah.
You have to get over 50% to have a mandate. That's
Exactly.
by technically.
All through the last number of years, I kept hearing, that's a distraction. Well, how about the Gulf of America? What's that?
It's a distraction.
Mm,
Yeah, he got 77.284 votes. And let's see. Wait, wasn't even okay. Where is she at? Is this the old one? Wait a second. That might be the old number figures. Votes were 49.8% votes cast for president.
wow.
But it doesn't say Kamala Harris's. It doesn't say both.
Maybe
Oh,
that's
here it is, 74.9999.
75.
Yeah, basically 75 million.
Yeah.
You got 48.3.
So 2 million votes. Not that much in a country of 330 million souls.
More than 155 million voted. How many registered voters are in America?
So about half of your population.
100.
Now we just need to go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just saying 161 million. Go ahead.
It's interesting. He said souls. Now we just need to know how many of those are good spirited and how many of those are demons.
Well, when the word soul comes up, that just tells me where his thinking process comes from.
Not
Absolutely.
really. I use souls as to oppose Republicans and Democrats.
Well, it just throws the religion thing in the fucking blender.
No, it's people. That's what I was referring to. They're people.
Well,
You know,
I don't describe people as souls. That's not a thing. It's not a thing. I call it, we're humans, Homo sapiens, earthlings. We're not a soul.
Beings.
I use souls as your personality, your core, who you are, your individuality.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
well,
why I say soul.
The heart and soul.
What makes you you, and me, you know, our cores.
Mike, what's going on? Mike A. 2% interest rates in home loans now. Shit. They say
Is that a
inflation.
thing?
I don't know. I don't know. I think it's much higher than that. I'm just guessing. Oh, it is in dollars. When Trump had. Well, see, I think there was a thing against. Like he wasn't president. He wasn't allowed to speak to world leaders or something. That's kind of a rule, and he was doing that. That's the only thing I can. Weren't they together though? No, they had the higher ups of their governments show up in Munich. I don't know if both did Putin show up and Zelensky. Not sure. I have to look that up.
I can't imagine those two guys, the three of them together in the
In
same,
the same room.
same room, whatever you want to ring, phone call, whatever. I just, I don't know. I saw you on another panel.
Who?
You were
Me?
mentioning, yes, you. It was you. I saw you. You had you. It said me, MCM. But you were talking about they disbanded some agency and now they're trying to hire them back. What's
Yeah,
the,
the Nuclear Safety Commission. I
oh,
think
yeah.
it is. Yep. And they got rid of a bunch of people, and then they immediately retracted it and said, "We want you back."
Good. I want 50% more money.
We don't know how to run the safety of our nuclear weapons. We need help.
Yeah.
We forgot you guys. That's the job you guys were doing.
Donald, what do we do with this button? Oops.
Fucking. Oh my goodness. That's the what I don't get. Where this guy's just gonna fucking dictate who has a job and who doesn't.
Yeah.
And that's not good.
You know what I
That's-
remember? You know, it's funny you mentioned that. I saw the writing on the wall of my first job, right? This manager retires, your programming guy, which I called it right. And it happened to be an aircraft company advertising at the time. So I got to go there. And I found it miraculous that the two jobs were segregated. Computer operators were group 7, the guys that did the corrections and everything were group 9. But the point was, on the machines, you can tell it where the IMPL from, initial machine program load, you know, and they had documentation and all this. They had guys that were there since the 50s, 60s. I went in one night when I went to go midnight by myself, and I'm looking at the dials, like it'd be A15 or whatever, right? And software was in the Sunday before. Of course, the IMPL from a test system. Nobody answered the fucking phone. I did nothing all night long because I could be on a test system. What you just said, right? People that knew never passed it on. They never got shit for that from the supervisor. He says, I understand. They should have wrote that down. I said, duh.
Yeah, every president's supposed to leave a little note in
Yeah.
the Resolute desk, fucking, and they're supposed to bring in the other president, the new incoming president, to fill them in. This is what we're doing, and this is what we've done, but that's not happening anymore because we have an ego problem in this country.
Well, some people would know this. The PACs are system resident. There was 3 of them.
Where?
Was it like just, like I spent all night trying to figure it out. Nobody answered the phone. So it sounds like the Nuclear Energy Commission. Nobody's answering the phone. Oh, yeah, we fired them.
I can agree with a lot of things that you're saying, Strictly, but I wish there was other people that opposed with rational comments and everything to be able to have the discussion of what's going on in our country. But I don't think that's possible anymore, of people having very down-to-earth rational conversations. We are having it here on the panel, but to get it to happen that way in the chat is a different fucking story. Everybody starts fucking, siding.
Talk about
Character, order,
Yep.
morality, balance, and stability.
Yep. And that's what we need. Yeah, always.
Combs.
I believe in that. I really do. Spider Speed. I like that.
I make jokes, but I think this is a very serious situation.
So do I. I laugh when it's not humorous, just out of like a nervous tick or whatever, instead of exploding or giving my biased opinion. I try to fit in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, I mean but it's scary. It's
But I will call, a duck, a spade, a criminal. I'm not.
And a liar.
Exactly. Yep. I'm not afraid to do that. I never have been. just stand up for what's right. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
What would you want done to you? What would you want done to your mother? What would you want done to your child?
Absolutely.
Oh, well, I don't. I'll tell you one thing: if there's no definite faction in the U.S. that starts calling this guy out, you're done for. By the look of it, maybe I'm wrong. Hope I am.
A lot of people are saying that.
You
A lot
know,
of people are saying that. You can't give, like I said, you can't give absolute power to fucking one side or the other. It always leans too far one way.
Why does it have to be power?
That's a good question, but that's what we have: three branches of government, and it's all owned by one side right now.
How about give somebody the microphone that might have an idea that just might change the world?
Because we've
And let the world decide.
But we're not run by smart people. We're not run by scientists. We're run by a bunch of greedy fucking politicians. So
I believe
Common-
something's been hidden from us.
common sense is not in the discussion. You know, the one with common sense. We have people speaking at each other instead of to each other, it seems like, in our government. And right there causes a schism, no matter what anybody says. Nobody likes to have others' rules imposed on them. I've never been one for authority. No, I've had my problems with my bosses in the past.
See, they really fucked me real good in 2020 when they shut us all down for about 10 months there in Pennsylvania. The old snowvid, you know what I mean?
You can say COVID. I don't care. That's a fucking real thing.
Yeah, just mock
They
them
just
anyway.
used it as a plan.
Right. That's some of that DEI bullshit too. That's where some of that shit stems from as well. I mean, it's obvious. I mean, if there was people, I mean, think about it. This shit should have never been even thought about twice. It's just insane. We were asleep for a very long time in this country.
Well, we've been asleep for a long time, period. Since we let.
Yeah. I don't know.
But you're right in
Our
ways.
forefathers before us really. I don't know.
I
about
agree with you though on the pandemic, the COVID thing, where that's why I said they used it as a plan to keep us away from representation to what is the one?
How many families did that destroy?
What do you mean? In what
How
way?
many families do you think that destroyed?
COVID
Yeah.
or
When
what happened?
when they shut them down, when we weren't allowed to go out and make money to put food on the table.
I imagine it destroyed some. I don't know how many specifically, but I mean, but you can say that about almost anything. You know, power grabs and taxes and, you know, representation, anything else. That's been going on just in a different form. They use something else as a tool against us.
It's a form of divide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, there's one thing that I don't think a lot of people seen in all of that. You know, those people, a lot of those people that were deemed non-essential and wasn't allowed to work, they were the ones that weren't a corporate bitch. They were the ones that were self-made,
Or
provided a service of good service, good works, or you didn't eat.
Well,
You
that's
had to
another
be
thing too.
responsible for the word, what you told your customers that you were going to provide for them. You had to provide that service or you didn't feed your family. You were
Well, that's
self-made.
what did you use? What term did you use? About
Corporate,
must working or whatever. What did you use? Essential,
non-essential,
non-essential.
non-essential.
Well, essential workers are people that have to be there to pack the goods, to transfer stuff, right? Am I correct? You
Per
have to
whose
be working.
definition?
Yeah, you have to be working for an organization that's supplying the masses because that's essential. You know, we have to have food. We have to have be able to ship products around the world. So them are all essential. You know, the other people that are just dining and waitresses and cooks and mechanics and all that shit, you're just a third class citizen, basically. we don't need you unless we need you.
Well, you can look at it. You could look at it like that, or you could look at it like that was the ones that didn't play in the corporate world.
Yeah,
Either.
yeah. If you're not playing along with the
So
big guys, the big boys, then you're not essential.
we're just going to eliminate you. You ain't allowed to go to work now.
Well, that happened in Detroit.
You wouldn't conform and become a corporate bitch and follow the rest of the rules with everybody else and hit a fucking time clock. And we tell you how much you're going to make.
Yep.
You don't want to be a corporate bitch? We're just going to cut you all the way out. Fuck
Yep.
you. And that's what they did.
Yep.
I go, fuck you, because I'm coming back with a vengeance, motherfucker.
I think it was all done with good intentions because I believe
Tell
viruses
me
are
I'm not
real.
essential.
Well,
I got the
so
goods.
so was I, but I mean, what was it saying? I just lost it.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. Trying to get back to there. Oh, in fact, a Canadian knows more about American politics than he knows more about politics than most Americans. Hell with just you see your side in one way. I get where you're coming from, but you can immigrants that come here know more about our fucking history than most Americans do because they have to pass tests to fucking become a citizen. I mean, how many Americans do you know that can name all 50 capitals of all the states? Just that's one thing. And there's not too many people that can do that. And that should be basic fucking knowledge of America. You know, I used to be able to recite them all, but I can't no more. At least I got 48 out of 50 the last test I took years ago.
I know the capital of Florida, Mar-a-Lago.
Not yet, but it might be soon. It's actually Tallahassee.
Jeez, I don't know.
Depends, I guess that, let's see. Here's what I got. I mean, I just come with reason and logic, man. And I get it. I'm
And I
not
appreciate
favoring either nor side. No, I don't favor nothing. I got rid of my own opinion. But it would be again, who's defining these laws and what laws are they?
You know,
Congress and Supreme Court mostly.
See, I
Most-
thought Congress shall make no laws. So what laws are they laws that's been created that are unconstitutional, like a lot of other things? I don't know. But I
Well,
mean, if somebody could show me something,
They have to come to a majority, though. It
I
can't
mean,
just be thrown against the wall by one party or the other.
right. And I mean, I got to look at it with reason and logic, and I can't just run off of opinions.
That's why there hasn't been an amendment in a long time, because both parties will never gain 15% of the other side. It's just become us and them. You know, and my opinion is better than the next guy's, or yours is better than the other guy's, or Blackwatch is better than everybody's. That's what it's become. And nothing will get done. Only when
What-
it's three-party
What
state.
brings about change for everyone?
That's going to be part of the fucking global initiative. And it's not going to be for the better of everyone. It's just going to be, this is what everyone's going to have to do. That's what it's going to boil down to.
Well, would you say? Would you think it's safe to say that if more Americans and or just more people in general, if more people stepped up in their communities and got involved and demanded equitable and fair change for the better of humanity as a whole, across the board, across all communities? If everybody's so pissed off, if we would just, if you would just get involved instead of bitching about it,
I agree with that.
we could make it all happen.
That's the way it should be. But see, that's where this, you
But
play
everybody
involved.
else, but everybody will say, but you can't do that. You got to do this, and you got to no. See, that's the problem. What about humanity? What about moral and ethical standards of what a man or a being has to do to sustain life in a fashion in good faith to others? If he's got to bend from the principles outside of that, all of it's unconstitutional and whatever. You see where I'm going with this?
I kind of do. That's why they've broke it down from government to state to city to district to community. The more and more you go down the ladder, the more and more people that are included, or up the ladder, I should say. More people are included. You know, because if you go down to district, there's so many districts in the city of Detroit. You know, then there's so many districts in the whole fucking state. Now, you get one district that's all Arabic, or you get one district that's all black, or you get one district that's all white. They're going to want what they want. And that's where you have a lot of this country that is made up of Europe, and they want things their way. And that's the way it's always been. I mean, you don't have nobody else on part of the conversation. And that's what DEI, or whatever you want to call it, was supposed to be, benefit towards other people's voice to be inclusive. But now it's been made as a fucking bad name or something, make it look bad. So now we're just going to go back to schism time.
Well, here's the problem I got with all of this garbage.
Next thing is war.
Because I look at all of it as garbage, really, because it's real easy to go back and say, okay, everybody that was in leadership roles and that are responsible for this, hey, you guys did this. Right? But that's not happening.
Nobody's holding them people accountable. You know, look at Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell. They're worth $100 million each. And how you're making fucking less than $200,000 a year? There's no way you can accumulate fucking $100 million in a lifetime with that salary.
Legally.
Not legally, yeah. At least there shouldn't be legally, but they're doing it somehow.
Yeah.
while every one of us are complaining about the fucking price of tea in China or eggs or gas. And they're fucking writing their fucking own checks.
Yeah.
That's the fucking problem. We're not included in the fucking discussion.
One of the biggest threats I see is a man's imagination and his ego.
Yep. That's why I don't like Trump, because that's what we've become. It's all about somebody's ego. And anybody that argues that point, all I got to do is point at Trump Towers. He's got to put his own fucking name on it. I mean, the guy's got an ego as big as a fucking country.
Did Strictly Cycling, did you vote?
Did you vote
You-
strictly? He sounds like he has. He's got a strong opinion. I know we used to say if you didn't vote,
You
You
won't
don't get a
find that here.
yes, you voted, not for Trump. That's what we used to say, though. And when the politics came up in discussions with friends and family, and that is like, if you didn't vote, you don't have a fucking opinion.
I know.
If you want me to respect your opinion, I want you to put your fucking name on the dotted line.
But see, nobody knew by voting you were consenting.
Oh, yes.
You were giving them basically, in a nutshell, to simplify it, you were basically giving them power of attorney to run your damn lives.
Oh, yeah. They're supposed to be representatives. I mean,
But now we fell
They
short
wrote it
on
out
keeping
that way.
them. We fell short on keeping them to doing that. But I shouldn't say we, because it's actually us, our generation, and that I believe the term Blackwatch used earlier, the old souls.
Mm,
So,
that's another can of worms.
yeah.
yeah. Looking for the opinion of the elders is not really respected anymore. I mean, even me, I'll sit there and no man or woman over the age of 70 should not be in leadership.
Not even from a moral standpoint, strictly.
Um,
Moral and ethical.
as an advisor, as somebody with an experience, yes, but as a leader, no, because they are detached from society. They do not know how the bells and whistles run. They don't know how it
Well, she
is
said if
to
you
work.
didn't vote, you really have no right to complain.
What do you mean? I voted.
I don't know if Strictly's a man or a woman. Do you?
I'm gonna assume a man. Most men are more opinionated than women, so I will go with the man theory. Because women are usually not that vocal in politics. Just saying.
You ever been around any of them Jersey women?
No. I mean, others are more opinionated than the others, and others. But I know just from experience, men are more opinionated and try to dictate everything.
Patriarchal society.
Look at his avatar. It looks like a guy, but then I could be wrong. I can't really see it.
Unfortunately, I'd have to disagree with you strictly.
That it's a guy. Definitely a guy. The chance to affect change by voting. No, I think everybody should have the right to say, because that goes back to what you were saying.
What
Um,
if the voting was for the corporate leadership within government and it wasn't for the people at all, actually? The real people that know the knowledge and understanding and uh, comprehension of all of it.
well,
Why are they eliminated and don't have a voice in any of it?
because it's majority rules now. It's not about
Well, I mean, this is
it's not about inclusiveness. It's not about your opinion is equal to mine. It's about me and Blackwatch are on one side and you're on the other, or you and Blackwatch are on one side and I'm on the other. So you guys get to say what the fuck goes on, because I'm outnumbered, and that's what it's
Right.
become. Instead of
Right.
including all of us, and that's where you were saying it earlier, that we should all come together and voice our opinions and come to the best outcome or the best solution. You know, that's the way it used to be.
Absolutely.
You know, you bring something different to the game than I bring, so we have to work together to make it work. You know,
Mm.
if we don't include somebody, we might be missing out on the missing link of the solution.
Yeah.
So you have to include everybody. You should, anyways. We don't have to. Obviously, we don't have to, but for the better of all of us, we should. Daniel Barry, what's going on, guy? Cheers. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I don't know.
You were
I've-
talking earlier about education. Sorry.
I don't
No, I'm-
protest strictly.
I'll protest in a fucking heartbeat.
Let's see. What's it?
I'm just getting a little bit too old for the shit now. That's the fucking foundation of America, protest. Where do you think the Revolutionary War was a protest.
Yeah.
You can go back to earlier in the stream strictly, and you see what I do. I don't protest. I hit big government's inboxes.
Well, that's voicing your opinion. It is a form of protest.
He asked a question.
What?
If you didn't vote, what can you do now to affect change other than protest? Question mark.
Yeah, voice your opinion to your representatives. Exactly. I mean,
that idea is shot the hell now.
yeah, because they just fucking put you on a fucking call waiting list or whatever and just use you as a number. It's
Yeah.
like Z went and met people in person and they shot him down. You know, I mean, they don't even they hear you, but walk out the door. Your opinion just disappeared as fast as you came in. And that's the same thing with a phone call. That's why they do say put shit down in writing.
Yeah.
Now email the shit so you have a copy of what you said and get the reply. If you get the reply and they do the opposite, now you got them over a barrel, kind of. And
Well,
that's
see,
why
I'm not testing anything strictly. It's proven.
well, that's true. I'm not too old to peacefully protest. But the problem is when they
So
start
myself,
shooting
I'm not
bullets.
testing anything. It's already proven.
You talked earlier about higher education. I dealt with it an awful lot. You get university grads in computer science programming, and they don't fucking make a mistake. I got blamed for 3 months till I took matters into my own hands, and that ended my career just about. They had the propensity to learn. That's all. Clearly, they don't.
You're not allowed to speak against authority, damn it.
You know, I went through that shit too with some Jewish guy in Detroit, right near you.
And that's
It's
where
interesting
good.
because in education and things, there's a, what is it? Associate of Science. And they say it's some sort of supervisor or something. But it's a Associate of Science. And that's on a 2-year degree of programming on, what is it? Technical, scientific and technical disciplines.
Yeah, whatever. Some people just don't need that level of education. I've learned
And
that.
it's being funded by, it's non-government organizations that are funded to run this bullshit.
And that's where Elon comes in. Mr. Grok himself.
I'd like to know what makes him such. Didn't he graduate University of Pennsylvania? That's it. Other than convincing people, well, that NASA fell short, but people with money to invest with him, what makes him so bloody great? If nobody trusted him with their money, he'd be nothing compared to now.
Well, money's power,
Well, that's it. But I mean, the way I heard it,
Just because you have money doesn't mean you're smart.
nah,
Well, wouldn't we agree that there anything that is created, right? There's an element of design. So, with that being said, what would be the element of design in a corrupt education system?
What would
well,
be the-
do you not think the professors who learned it from their professors self-propagated over and over and over the same theories, the same
Yeah.
laws? If you don't believe this, then we're not going to graduate you.
Right,
You
right.
don't believe what we say to be so.
But another thing interesting too in that whole Eastern Kentucky University we were talking about earlier, that school originally in its creation was Eastern Kentucky State Normal School, and the curriculum was teach the students to be teachers. It changed names like 4 or 5 times all the way up until 1966, and it became Eastern Kentucky University.
Diversity.
There's your programming in scientific and technical disciplines.
that right
You
there
want a
is
degree, don't you?
No, I don't want a degree. I'm
A
fine
degree.
with I'm fine with how smart I am, even though I'm not the smartest in the room. I don't give a fuck.
Come on.
I don't
Uncle
want
Sam.
no fucking degree.
Uncle
I'm not
Sam
going to jump
loves you.
through hoops for nobody. I'm not
Like
going to do it.
Harvard, can my daddy buy one for me so I can stay at home?
That's why I walked out of school in 8th grade. Well,
It'd
ninth
be
grade.
one thing if that diploma you got meant that you were taught to be a man of good moral character and showed diplomacy. But they wouldn't program you like that.
No, they want you programmed the way that they could use you. I mean, it's like the Bible stuff, or if we didn't have religion, we wouldn't have no morals. I'm like, okay, well, I learned all that shit from my mother and father. And actually, I don't even have a fucking father, so I learned it all from my mother. I didn't need a fucking book to tell me how to live life. My mother taught me to respect others and how to conduct myself, and I should work and make my own fucking way in life.
Well,
Not to use or steal from others. I didn't need a book to tell me that shit.
The one thing my father taught me in a very odd way, there's nothing you can do worse than lie about what you did.
Oh, I know. That's one of the worst things ever. That's why they use there's such thing as stolen valor and people acting like they're something that they're not. There's a lot of people.
What happened if people of good moral character in communities all across America just started gathering to all these politicians and asking hard questions, and then you obviously could tell right off of their actions and fire their fucking asses right on the spot.
Yeah, that's why I was saying.
Run them plumb the fuck out of town, and some of them obviously aren't going to be able to run out of town because their hands are too fucking dirty.
Well, it's kind of like what I was saying about the funding for military. They could find the money no matter what. But if you want them to fund something that's going to help everybody, then they're going to go, well, where are we going to get the money from? I mean, that's why we can't have nothing good in this country or anywhere, because nobody can find the money to do the right thing. But when they want to fucking kill somebody, yeah, we'll figure it out. No problem.
Next question, as Motor just said, good morals and values based on what?
I can honor that strictly.
I
That
know
clears
what-
things up. I was beginning to wonder. But yeah, I don't put my faith in it either, my friend. But I just I don't know. But I got you.
That's the point of parents, like you said. What's right, what's wrong, what we're not born with that's right, that's wrong. It doesn't come from a book, it comes from because
it comes from our elders. That's the way it's always been.
just look at the number of men, women in prison and go back to where they learned what's right and wrong. They never were taught correctly. And they didn't get it from a book.
I mean, it comes. They tell you right there in the book. The son respects thy father, and everybody should respect the ones that are gone. The Holy
Can
Ghost.
we all agree? Can we all agree that we don't need at an adult stage, as men and women, we don't need a book to tell us what a good moral character is?
No, exactly.
You shouldn't.
Come on, folks. It's not hard.
You shouldn't have to, but some people aren't taught properly as children.
Well, then those are the ones that I spoke of earlier, that maybe they need the microphone pulled and they need the checkbook pulled so they don't hurt themselves and others.
Or others. Yep, I agree with that. Yep. Because I know some people in the leadership that they've pointed out all these flaws in their moral character. And once they pointed out certain things, then people should have been out of politics right away.
Absolutely, strictly. I agree.
Yep. And yeah, that is true.
That's the other thing. A lot of people had said, we need a businessman, to run the country. We don't need a politician. We need a businessman. How many times did Trump declare Chapter 11? 5, 6. I don't think he did too well at it.
Every business leader has been a failure one time or another, so I wouldn't trust their opinion, because if the only ones that succeed are only beneficial for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, all Trump did was on real estate. That's all the experience he had.
Well, that's because that's what his daddy was doing.
Yeah.
He received his daddy's accountants. He received his daddy's fucking, everything.
Yeah.
You and I, we didn't fucking get handed $1 million. We didn't get handed fucking advisors as we were growing up.
No.
I mean, I didn't know nobody gave me advice in stock exchange or buying real estate or,
Yeah.
these are things that come with position of power.
And wasn't there an issue in New York where his company, when he renamed it, the DOJ went after him for slum landlord, shall we say, of color?
Yeah, back
And
in
the whole
the
thing was, when you're wrong and you've done wrong, never admit it.
And that wasn't really against him, it was against his dad.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But still, that's your example.
That is an example of how the Trump family has run.
Yeah.
You know, you can go back in any of these families that have been in our politics or power. It doesn't even have to be politics now. It's the positions of power. Because Trump family has been in a position of power for
Yeah.
6-7 decades now. The Bush family has been in the workings of power since the 1700s. If you
Yeah.
go back and read their lineage, their
Yeah.
family has been always in the council or city hall or mayors or governors or something throughout the test of time, it seems, of America. So, I mean, you can go back in a lot of Kennedys. They're fucking, and that's who's running the show. We're
Yeah.
not. They have the big sway of the pendulum.
And yet Trump's supposed to change that, right? Look who he had around him before his inauguration. Bezos.
That's what I was saying. He had 5 of the richest men in the world standing behind him in his inauguration.
And they were all
4 of the 5.
white.
Well, I should say we're richest in America, not in the world.
Yeah.
I need to re-correct myself. And that's not good for any fucking common man. I don't care
No.
what side says what. That they're not here for. He's not there for us.
No. I don't know. Whatever.
He could portray that image, but so did Jim Jones.
You know.
He betrayed the image of I'm going to bring you to the promised land. I'm the one who's holier than thou. You know, these leaders always do that shit. Cult of personality. I'll be right back. I got to hit the pisser.
You shake it more than twice, you're playing with it.
I'm just getting a drink. So dry.
Did I hear you say you were over in Canada, Blackwatch?
Hang on a sec. Just getting a drink. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Come again?
You say you were over in Canada?
Yeah, Southwest Ontario. Yep.
Boy.
Although one weekend, and I did not know it, I put my father's information into Google. Ancestry CA was free. 1710 Durban, Scotland. It's the last recorded of my ancestry.
1710?
1710 Durban, Scotland. I had no idea. All of a sudden, I'm looking at my grandparent. You know, I didn't know it was free. And their parents, and their parents, and their parents, all the way back to 1710.
Yeah. I've got mine. It goes back one goes to the 1600s, and then one's even further than that.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting is I don't know, probably, you know, even I remember younger, you know, asking my mom about our lineage and stuff, and she didn't know too much about it. You know, there wasn't a whole lot like you hear other families, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And never thought anything about it. And then I asked again and again and never got anything. But later, and I searched around online a couple times. I don't know, like 2000 or something. Nothing. And now there's all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think what happened with me, that's the last recording. You know what I mean? Surnames changed and there just was nothing more on it, you know. But
Welcome back, Steve. I was gone.
hated to chat. I don't know.
Mike, hey. Well, that's what most politicians do is hire everybody that agrees with them or friends, family.
Begs the question, though, if Trump's holding Biden accountable and everybody else, at the end of the day, who's going to hold Trump accountable? Interesting. Yeah,
So far, I don't see nobody.
no. But I'll tell you, Motor, some people, there's no other word for fanatic. Like he's God. God saved them, you know, from a staged assassination. God did this. God did that. God brought Trump to us in the nick of time. I go, holy shit.
That's some fucking delusional person talking when they say that kind of shit.
I think that I never smoked weed that strong in my life.
When somebody says fucking God did this, I start questioning their opinion right off the bat.
Simple statement. God gave dominion of the world, earth, to mankind. Washed his hands of it. But all of a sudden, I don't know. Fanatics, it's just.
It's kind of like when I first heard the term that God's chosen people. It's like,
Yeah.
wow, I didn't know God had favoritism.
Here's something I wrote in the journey to that Combs. Said it was forged through deep contemplation, struggle, and relentless pursuit of truth. Truth about leadership, trust, accountability, and fundamental building blocks of a successful society. But along this path, a powerful realization emerged. No man or woman could ever be truly successful in life without first having a successful family. And if that were true, then how could they ever be fit to lead others without meeting that essential qualification?
Come on up, Steve. Well, that's what we were just discussing, like the Bush family.
Mhm.
It's a family. They've established themselves as successful, we'll say, family. So they get more say or more power, or their opinions more relevant. I don't know. I don't know what you want to say or what people see it as, but it works that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I went on to say, the awakening, the journey began with a simple yet profound question. Why does leadership fail across history? Time and again, powerful leaders had risen only to crumble under the weight of corruption, broken trust, and personal failures. Societies collapsed, wars ignited, and peace remained elusive. The answer, however, was not in policies, economics, or political structures alone. It was in the very foundation of a leader's life, their family.
Yeah.
So if they couldn't be, you know what I mean,
Yeah.
great and teach their kids how to be good moral characters and have a successful family, that would be the business.
Yeah.
That's a vital necessity.
If you look at the original 1951 black and white Scrooge with Alistair Sims, a lot of good quotes. Mankind was my business.
Well, when it comes down to family, welcome back up, Steve.
Oh, thank you.
When it comes back down to, like you're saying, family, it's established that family is part of leadership, because if I don't have, let's say I have a son, now I can farm more crops. I can hunt a wider, area. The more sons I have, the more I can do. And that's where power accumulates underneath the name of whoever, has power. So that's why they say breed, 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 breed. Fucking.
Who was the guy that said?
See,
Sorry.
I wouldn't look at that as, obviously you could look at it that way, but that's, I think there's a deeper meaning behind all of it. And,
But what I'm saying goes back way before politics.
to build and sustain a family and for it to be prosperous and abundant, it would be a place of trust, accountability, love, and responsibility. Outside of that, there's no success. So if those same principles and morals were applied in business, there'd be no success and no profits in business either.
But see, now you're talking about being inclusive or including others into your fold, per se. If it's just one structure, family outlook on things, we're more likely to come down to one specific reason, law, rule, or whatever.
The structure should be for every family to prosperous and be abundant.
Yes, I agree with that 100%.
I mean,
We're too worried about somebody else has a better opinion, or their opinion matters more than ours. And I think that's part of the problem, where we're not including everybody because people are thinking that their opinion matters more than others. And when sometimes it does, but sometimes you should come to an agreement on things. We all can't be smart at politics. We can't all be smart in business. We can't all be smart in building things.
right, but that doesn't mean that you can't be involved.
Exactly.
There's logistics, there's all kinds of things.
Yeah. And that's what's going wrong right now. We got firings of thousands of people in the government, and shit's going to start fucking failing.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, they're going to hit the wrong button, and then shit's going to hit the fucking fan. I'm using that as a metaphor, hit the wrong button. They're going to fire the wrong amount of people or the wrong people, and shit's going to fucking go south real quick.
They're already rehiring the nuclear security people.
I was
They're
just saying
rehiring. Did you see that?
Yep, I was just talking about that.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Which, by the way, I know.
Later,
Or
a bunch of them quit or whatever.
Yeah.
What, Blackwatch?
I knew. I would know on its own still, but I got banned from an IT channel. Retired nuclear engineer in Vegas area. You're not storing those spent rods in any mountain. They're underneath the generating plants themselves, by the way. He should know. He worked with it.
Well, they are, but then their areas are becoming too overfull, so they have to put them other places, like we have here in Michigan. I think it's on the west coast or the west side of the state, that they're putting rods in that.
That's what they're saying. He worked with it. They don't. It's kind of like we got 100 rods, send them out. Months later, they're still there under the plant. So, he worked with it. He's got nothing to lose by saying it, but he's about 70, 75, 77 now. But anyway,
Not a lot of people are going to do deep dive research on all that stuff. That's why they get away with a lot of the bullshit.
yeah. Well, this whole thing about whatever mountain it is, that's a repository for everything. Not really. Not really. But anyway,
It's all over the world though now.
yeah.
Look, they just hit the fucking. Didn't the Russians hit a fucking drone? Hit the fucking Chernobyl plant.
Yeah.
Fucking blew a hole in the fucking sarcophagus.
Yeah.
That's no joke. When them things get hot, it's hard to cool them back down. Those nuclear plants. I remember working with them, and it takes a long time. It takes a lot to cool them down.
Did you make it to your destination, Steve?
I sure did, boss. Thanks for asking.
Good deal.
You're in Texas?
I am in Texas, El Paso to be exact. Tomorrow we're going to try to make it a good little stretch across the Texas. Probably drive about 4 hours tomorrow, 4 or 5 hours. That's about all I can do,
Does that mean we have to call you Steve from Texas now?
Oh man, if you don't mind, Black Watch, I'd be appreciated. I keep forgetting where I'm at, so it would help me remember.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start calling you Bob Seger.
Oh shit!
Traveling man.
Yeah. Turn to
Yeah, we're just trying to get out to the coast so we can do some swimming and shit, So I want to do some treasure hunting off of there, and I've been wanting to forever, so I'm going to go try it. Try my hand at it.
You got your metal detector or something, or
Yeah, I got a metal detector. I've got all the equipment, and I've been snorkeling forever. I'm not much of a diver, but I've got this new thing called a Nomad. It's like a hookah, and it floats on top of the water and lets you go down 30 feet where you can still breathe oxygen from 30 feet under.
Oh, that's cool.
It's pretty neat. Yeah, it's pretty neat. So we're going to go out there and try to see if we can dig up smoke coins or something, just have fun.
They have this new thing. I seen videos of it where it's kind of like a rake, but it's screened in and they drag it on the beach.
Uh-huh.
Have you ever, what I'm
I've seen them do some of that.
And
they're coming up with a lot of jewelry and all kind of other stuff, don't they?
Yeah, they dig up the beaches and
it
goes down about, I don't know.
It's a rake / shovel, isn't it? Type thing.
Yeah. They just drag it along the sand and it picks shit up.
That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat.
It's a screen. That's what you need for down on the bottom of the water or the bed of the ocean, lake, or whatever.
They say when you have an active hurricane season, that following that season is the best time to hunt. You know what I mean? And it had a pretty active season this year.
Yeah, it makes sense because the water washes up and washes stuff out.
Yeah. I'm still learning about all of it. I'm not, but that's exactly right.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So I'm going to go out there and try to see if I can find something, anything. Probably a hook. That's about it. That's going to be all right.
I haven't looked into it, but I just noticed them talking about magnet fishing on the Detroit River.
Oh, I love that. Have you done that, Ron?
No, I haven't. But I've heard that people are starting to do that, and
it's pretty interesting.
Motor City, man. There's all kinds of cars, bikes, and you name it, it's down there.
You bet. There was this. The reason what got me into snorkeling in the first place was there was an old timer back in the 30s that drove a truck loaded full of moonshine off into the river, right? and it went way down, and nobody was messing with it, and that moonshine would have been worth no telling how much, but it was spoiled when they got down to it.
Oh, dang. But was it still bottled and everything?
Yep, but it's
Keep
spoiled.
that shit. It could be fucking worth money.
Yeah,
Because
you're
they're
right.
they're not producing it. They're not, you
Nope.
know, if it's a specific year and it's identifiable.
Yeah,
fucking-
and it was that apple cinnamon kind, you know. So
I don't care if it's a fucking Pepsi can.
yeah, true that, brother. True
It
that.
could be worth some money if it's nostalgic.
Yeah, yeah.
Or not, maybe that's the wrong word, but you know what I'm saying. If
Oh yeah.
there's an interest in buying it, somebody's out there.
Somebody's interested in everything, you know.
I think that's another problem. There's a lot of people put more value into materialistic things than they do humanity.
Yes.
That's very true.
I fucking agree with that.
That's very true. I'd like to catch something for or find something, not for the money value of it, just for the historic value of it. Like one of them old, I think they call them shillings,
Yeah.
like a gold
Well,
coin or something like
yeah, I
that.
was thinking of old coins. Yep.
If I found one of them, I'd lose my mind. I would never sell it.
Find
I just have
yourself
it. Yeah.
find yourself a silver dollar from fucking the 1700s, a United States coin. That's something fucking rare.
That's a rare one.
Yeah, shillings were silver and they were 22.5 cents US value.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's more information than I had. So I appreciate that. You know, I'm going in the dark. You know, I'm just going to find anything. It's just something to do, keep me busy, and keep me from just sitting doing nothing. You know.
The UK still has them, but you're looking for like a Spanish doubloon. You know?
Yes, Blackwash. That would make my whole life year, whatever
Yeah.
you want to call it.
You know, I do have I have a dinar with Saddam Hussein on it. $20. Oh, it's a $20 or 20 dinar bill with Saddam Hussein from Iraq.
Yeah, I took a lot of bills off of people over there in Iraq. I took bills like crazy. I probably had $2,000 or $3,000 worth of bills when I got back.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, my boss was a refugee in Saudi Arabia camp after 91 or was it
90 and 91 was the Gulf War. That's where I was.
Yeah, and they were put into a refugee camp, and they said his family spent 2 years there. And
Oh man,
he gave me one of 20 dinars. with-
pretty neat to see his face on there, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Do I have it right here? I know I have it somewhere in my.
Yeah, I'd love to find anything just to be active in that, you know. And I don't want to dive too far off of the coast. I just want to dive, 20, 30 feet. See what I get.
I got to tell you, this isn't working out too good, Steve.
What's that, boss?
Well, I'm rewriting the lyrics and it says, Telema hookah, smoking Steve from Texas, asking you to call. It just doesn't flow.
It's not right yet, huh, Black?
No.
Oh, Blackwood, I'm messing up your groove today, bro.
I'm sticking with the caterpillar, you know. But yeah, hookahs.
Hookahs, yeah. I couldn't believe they had one either. They bought it. They're like $1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're expensive.
There you go.
I know an older woman that has a channel, and of course it's mobile homes, right?
You see that? That's Saddam Hussein.
Yeah,
Let's
with the
see.
mustache.
So yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
What year is this?
70 something.
That's another thing, bro. That gets me talking is that war. We shouldn't even been there.
No.
Yeah, it's 25 dinar. 25 dinar.
Maybe for that one, but not all the rest of them. You know what I mean? When they said there was, what they said there was some kind of weapon, like
Weapons
chemical
and
weapons, chemical
weapons of
weapons,
mass destruction.
and all that,
Yeah.
and they didn't find shit.
Yeah.
Well, they tried to blame 9/11 on Iraq
Yeah.
after that too. After the first invasion, well, they
I
invaded.
think they just,
Kuwait.
I think they just blow shit up so we can go fix it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Well,
I really
that's
do. I believe that with my heart.
That's what corporations do. You know.
Yeah.
I think
They've
it's.
taken
I think
over our
it's.
country.
I think it's covering their tracks.
Yes, sir. It's like that.
exactly.
What is it, Dick Cheney?
I mean, I just simple that way.
Dick Cheney is probably one of the big ones.
Yeah.
He worked for Halliburton, and
That's 1973. Blackwatch, Canada.
70s, I thought. Yeah.
1973 dollar from Canada.
Uh,
I used to collect.
remember good old Henry Kissinger? I know everything about everything. I fix it all. He was another one. Yeah.
that power struggle makes people. It changes people, man.
Oh, it does.
I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest. That's the only word I can
Yeah.
put for you. It changes people. If one day, I've seen it happen where somebody will do something really simple, like they'll win a $15,000, bingo hall, a thing, and then they don't want to talk to their friends. They think they're special because they won $15,000.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
that's so stupid.
That's 1935. I've got a bunch of those.
Oh, that's cool.
I
The
bought
peace
them.
dollars and all that.
I used to collect currency big time. I had all kinds of silver, but back was it 2006 to 2008 we had the crash and banks and everything, and everybody was losing their jobs, and
Yeah.
I started selling my silver off then because I lost my job and everything.
Walking Liberties. Never.
Yep, I got a 1941. As I got that from my mom because it was her year she was born.
I remember it must have been my cousin Ada on my father's side, and I was 14, in around there, and she came from Edinburgh for the summer. She had a job, right, which was playing piano for the Royal Ontario Ballet. But she came home one day, she come walking up with streetcars, right? And I hold the screen door for her, and I says, how you doing, Cousin Ada, or something? I didn't have my hand out. I don't know how it happened. She put a 50-cent piece, silver, in it. My dad walks out and he says, what the hell did you do for that? I said, held the door. I don't know. You want me to give it back? But they were common.
Should have asked for the keys to her car.
Yeah.
Say you park it. Run down to Burger King or something and then come back.
What did you do for that? I don't know. I held the door. I didn't. But she said to me, if you're ever backpacking in Europe, you got a home base, my house. I never made it. I wish my father let me go for the summer. Anyway, 1964, something like that.
My father was born in 1922.
22?
Yeah.
Damn.
My dad was 19. My mom was 21.
That means he grew up in the Great Depression, bro.
Yep.
Yep.
You know what? And that I've done some research on that.
He was in World War II as well.
Okay, well, the Great Depression. If you survive that, you're good, man. Because it was hard to survive. It was hard to survive.
Right after the Great Depression, we had the cold or what is it? The Dust Bowl era.
Yeah.
Fucking where it was, crops were fucking down because
Yeah.
it was hard to survive then. People were eating fucking canned dog food and lard.
That's right. That's right. People don't realize what hunger is until hunger strikes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when you start breaking out the fucking dog food cans, shit fucking hit the fan.
Fucking nuts.
It hit the blender, not the fan.
Instead of making America great again, at those years, the president ran on a chicken in every pot. But they said food wasn't the problem, jobs were the problem. And the
Yep.
depression.
Well, they wanted everybody as servants. They didn't want you as equals. They want you to fucking work for them.
Yeah.
That's why you got the 14th Amendment, fucking, to basically almost legalize fucking slavery.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or
No.
just justify it in an economic standard.
Yeah.
Kind of makes you want to rewrite the song, right? In the year 2025, if man is still alive, if woman can survive, they may find Donald Trump's the president. And, we could rewrite that song, Motor. Xavier and Evans would be proud.
We're gonna go back to the old clubbing days, dragging them by the hair.
Mm. Yep.
What did I
You know,
just say?
you were talking about the politics earlier, and I wanted to say something if I could. You know that damn. I heard an expression one time. It says, "People will swallow the sand if there's no leadership to follow." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't get it. I don't get this shit. So maybe they're just swallowing the sand. You know what I mean?
What do you? I mean, I don't really get that.
Well, it's an expression. It means that they'll take anything. They'll accept anything because there's
Yeah.
nobody else talking. You know,
Yep.
that's a real good leader. The one thing that the Democrats are missing is a leader,
Yeah. Independent leader.
an independent leader that can, because that's what they need right now, and we need that. We need that separate two forms of Republican and Democrat. We need that.
Yeah.
Here,
I don't think you're going to get it from either party that's in power right now.
I don't think so either.
We have
why
to
is
come
there
up with
even a
a
two-party system?
What'd you say, brother?
I said, why is there even a two-party system? Shouldn't it be what's in the best interest of the people?
That's what I agree. I mean, there should be a third party, which is the People's Party.
Without that, you don't get voted in. Period.
You make good sense. You make good sense.
But is it
Yeah.
in what you are, a Democratic Republic? Republicans, Democrats, right there.
Well, that's what
Well,
it's supposed
some would
to
say
be based.
constitutional republic, but
Constitutional. Yeah.
Constitutional Democratic Republic.
Yeah.
Our laws are based on a constitution, but we vote our representatives in by democracy because we are a republic of the United States.
Yeah.
So you have
I just think
which
that
is
that
a
was their
corporate
biggest
side.
problem.
Yes, exactly. It's a business.
Mhm.
What'd you say, Steve? I'm sorry.
I just think that for this last election, I think that was the Democrats' biggest problem. It was too late when you ran Joe Biden all the way through. Everybody knew something was wrong with him. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And they could have switched it a lot earlier and made it a more of a race anyway.
The Democratic Party is lost.
Yes.
When it comes to messaging.
Yes.
When we take up when one side takes up a position of a very minute minority, and that's a policy they're pushing, now you've the main narrative or the main problems have escaped the narrative, and like pushing the transgender or all this other bullshit that's only 1% of the population. They should
Yeah.
It shouldn't
Yeah.
be in the headlines at all.
But
True.
when you look at how they politicized it, Hitler did the same thing.
Yes, he did.
And it wasn't the Jews. It was the gays and everything else. They're the devil. They're going to make a strong white man weak. Same shit.
Hitler did attack the minorities, and
Yeah.
it wasn't just based on the Jews, but the Jews he had some problem with personally, and he took it out on them because he thought they were ruling the business class of Germany, and they were gaining favoritism or power. I can't really explain it all, but for some reason he had this thing for him to take them all out.
It's interesting. There's a transport. Let's see, what is it? Transportation Workers Union, Transport Workers Union of America, and a lot of your local representatives and local, organizations are involved with that.
Big thing.
And they're doing it right at the local level with the clerk. That's where all your elections are done at it, right?
If they can get a big percentage by using unions in organizations like that, they're always going to do that.
Yeah, Transport Workers Union.
Yeah, and they did that with auto workers, police unions, schools, teachers unions. They've done it with them all.
Big thing going now in Australia with the rail union. It's all disrupted. They're all calling in sick by the hundreds, and nobody can go anywhere.
The auto industry here in Detroit, the big three, has always been fucking favored family orientation type system, because like Ford Motor Company, back when I was a kid, you couldn't get into Ford Motor Company unless you had a family member or you had like two people in the organization or company that referred you. If you were outside of the family, you couldn't get a job unless you were highly qualified and somebody was favoring you. That's the only way you could get into Ford Motor Company in the 70s and 60s.
I started at Robert Simpson's company, and one of the executives interviewed you, and one of the questions was, do any of your relatives work for Simpsons? Straight out to your face. Are any of our employees related to you? And that got me the job. I got the job, but whatever.
Yeah, that gave you the fucking foot in the door.
Probably. When I think about it. Yeah. My mom and aunt worked part-time, that's all, but that was enough. I guess they gauged you by that.
Well,
That
yeah,
guy-
they did go good.
That guy I told you about, I had a disagreement with, lives around Detroit, the vice president of IT now. His father got his first job was in Ford as a manager out of college because his dad worked there.
Yeah, okay, yep. My dad knows your dad, and
Yeah.
friend of a friend type thing. Fucking, it's even like goes into the justice system. My ex, when I went out with a female, and she had left state, and she had her license taken away from her for DUI.
Yeah.
And she was not allowed to leave state because she was on probation. And she violated that, went to Florida. She moved to Florida and came back to Michigan. I met her, and she got pulled over and that and got arrested. And all this came up in court, and they were going to put her in jail. and because she broke the law, she left the state without permission. And come down to it, we're in the courtroom, and her lawyer comes over and says to her, I live down the street from the prosecutor. We worked something out. You get to go home today. It was like right there, boom. You have a friend of a friend. The prosecuting attorney knew the defense attorney. That right there's corruption. That's funny.
Hey, man, it's been good.
Hey, thanks
Always
for coming
a-
up, High Speed. You're always welcome, sir.
Absolutely, man. It's always a pleasure to chop it up with you good people.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation, man. You're always great to have up here.
We'll be back again.
You take care, sir.
Peace, everyone.
Peace.
Oh,
You know, reminds me of Motor. There was this kid, he's about 40. He's a kid to me. And we were at odds with that woman's channel, right? And he lives in, I don't know, Ohio, you know what I mean? Southern. And he's, you know, when they were on about the cops, you know what I mean? The cops are all corrupt and everything. And he says, I was on my way to my brother's, and a cop pulled me over, and my license was suspended. He gave me a hard time. I felt like saying to him, what was the point? Your license is suspended. You didn't know it was suspended. They took action against you, like you're talking about that woman. It wasn't like, oh, I forgot to pay it, or I left it at home. It's suspended. Why don't you talk about why was it suspended, right?
yeah.
Well, this cop was miserable with me, almost put me in the jail. It's suspended.
Yeah. You didn't fucking go back and take care of the
Yeah,
suspension. I
yeah,
mean, you know, right there, you're automatically violating
yeah,
the
really.
rules and laws.
It's like, Your Honor, could I have a couple months off? I'm going to go visit my brother. You know, like what? You know, I just didn't say anything to him. Well,
That's why
Yeah. Yeah.
some of these I still associate with a lot of, there's a lot of good First Amendment auditors in that, but then I laugh at some of them, and not because I don't like them or just laughing at them because I think they're a joke or nothing. It's just you got arrested. You got arrested last year, the year before that, and now you're back in the face of another guy that's got qualified immunity, and you're giving him shit. What do you think's going to be the outcome?
Yeah. You sit there and you kind of go, am I stupid? I mean, is this right? You know, like he said suspended, didn't he? You know, but damn that cop.
What do you want, dog? No, he's fucking standing over here looking at me. You've been out in the back. You took your shit. You've eaten. You've been outside in the front about 4 or 5 times this morning or today. I gotta take another piss. Let me out. I started shoveling. I shoveled down the driveway, and then I fucking stopped shoveling.
Did you get snow?
Yeah, but I went out there this morning to throw my garbage out, so I was in my shorts. I just threw my jacket on. I had flip flops on, and I'm out there shoveling the snow.
What's the matter with you, Harriet? I think I just saw Chevy Chase Christmas Vacation. This guy's outside putting his garbage. You got a coat on, shorts, and flip flop. Remember the Christmas Vacation when he's out with the RV?
Yep.
It's freaking. Oh boy.
I do that all the time, though. I actually last week we got 2 or 3 inches, and I shoveled the whole fucking walk in my shorts and flip flops. It's like fuck it. I get that feeling of wanting to do the snow and that, and it's like fuck it. I don't care. I'll just go out there in my shorts, as long as it's not blowing freezing cold.
Yeah.
Which it hasn't been up over fucking 32 besides once, I think, this week.
There was a woman in Oshawa, which is, I never lived there, but it's where they make cars. And I was going into this shop, you never saw the owner but two women. And she was black, not that it mattered. But she put on, like low heels. She never wore socks. Could be 20 below. And I looked at her and said, don't you get sex? She said, nah, she's fine. She's like bare feet almost, It was incredible.
I'm used to walking out there in the cold. I mean, it doesn't bother me as much. I mean, when it's freezing ice cold, that's when I got a problem.
Yeah.
When you start touching stuff and your skin's sticking to it a little bit,
Yeah.
then you know it's fucking cold.
Yeah. Geez, I forgot to tell this woman something now that you're talking about the cold. There's a guy that told you tell stories. When I went to school, the tongue on the, lamppost.
Yeah.
And he was going, when I went to school, this guy did that. You ever see, the Red Ryder BB gun, whatever, with that movie at Christmas?
Yeah.
BB? And you saw it. That's cool. The kid stuck with his tongue. I thought this guy's remembering the movie, right? Because it was almost verbatim of what happened in that movie. And I thought, once again, the marijuana I smoked wasn't that strong because he just got his.
That's just some of the stupid shit that kids did to each other.
Yeah.
Like, I double dog dare you. Uh-oh, he double dog dare you.
Yeah. Wasn't it Gavin? Somebody Gavin was a father.
I'm not sure, but
But he used to go down to the furnace with a coal and a poop out. Somebody Gavin. It's a classic. You know what I mean? The movie's at Christmas time.
a Christmas Tale, or what was the fucking name of that?
Christmas.
Or Christmas Carol. Or...
He got that lamp with the fishnet stocking on it. I won. And there's a big, huge wooden crate, and that's what was in it.
What Christmas movie did the kid stick his tongue to the pole?
Darren,
a Christmas Story.
A Christmas Story, something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
You'll shoot your eye out with it, and it was. But you know something, because I was going to school in the 50s. That kid that fell over in the one-piece suit and couldn't get up, that's how bad the snowsuits were. I was almost at the point the way my mother dressed me, if I fell over, I wouldn't get up. That's what the 50s were like.
3 kids have lived alone in Pontiac home for years. Found living in severe filth. Mom arrested.
And how was the mother living?
I don't know. It says the mother abandoned them roughly 4 years ago.
Wow.
The home was overflowing with mold, human waste, the sheriff said. Wow.
Not the first, won't be the last.
This is 3:30 or 3:13 today. News story, breaking news.
Huh. Have you ever watched? I never watched it per se while it was live. Britain's Got Talent. I think it was Britain or America. It was Simon Cowell anyway. But this kid in the Philippines, you know the song "The Prayer."
I think I've heard it.
Andre Bocelli and Celine Dion. The Prayer. He can sing both sides of it. Now he's mimicking to some degree, but the point was, his father went to prison while he was 3, and his mother abandoned him when he was 7, and he has a wife and kids. Say exactly what you're talking about in the Philippines.
And they said one of the a boy was 15 years old, and 2 girls were 13 and 12. They've lived alone for 4 years almost.
Yeah.
Jeez. How do they survive? Eating and everything. I don't understand.
on the street.
But I don't get it, because no child, I don't think, could survive that long at the age. The boy would have been 12, we'll say,
Yeah.
and the girls were 4 years ago, 9 and 8.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going to go out and get no jobs. They're not going to bring in a income. Nobody's cooking food. You know, I mean, they're eating bowls of cereal, bags of chips, or whatever. Fucking nothing good. We'll just say that.
Probably pet away. They're lucky a certain entity didn't get a hold of them.
The deputies arrived and found the home full of garbage, piled as high as 4 feet in some rooms. Jeez. The toilet was overflowing. The bathtub was full of feces. Wow. The home is being lived in by 3 children alone. And then it says the landlord called after he had said he had not heard from the mother since December, and that rent was last paid in October. So she was paying the rent and the kids were living there?
Sounds like it.
Wow. She abandoned them in either 2020 or 2021, at least 4 years ago, when the children would have been 11, 9, and 8. Wow. Children survived on food that was dropped off on the front porch each week by either the mother or a stranger. So the mother was delivering food or had someone delivering food.
Yeah.
Jeez. They had also not attended school since she had left them. Instead, passed time by watching TV and playing games. Sheriff said the girls had not been outside in several years. Wow. The mattress. Wow, the boy slept on a mattress on the floor, and the 2 girls slept on pizza boxes on the floor. Wow. That's fucking crazy. There's a couple pictures, and it's fucking just nasty.
Yeah. You can pretty well imagine. I think everybody's had a toilet start to back up, so you can imagine.
Oh, man. No, that's not feces, is it? Oh, it is. Oh. That's disgusting. To imagine all the fucking food that was like just discarded around the house and it just left to rot. The smell of the place, the fucking infestation of bugs. Fucking, oh. Kids were probably fucking covered in sores from spider bites and all kinds of shit. Not washing. Imagine it, when's the last time they took a fucking good bath? I mean, because the toilet or the tub was full of fucking feces. How were they taking a bath? They weren't.
Stand out in the rain.
Jeez. This is insane.
Least she could have done is abandon them and make the phone call hours later, go check on my kids or these kids, whatever. I don't know.
But they had no access to the toilet paper or personal hygiene items. The sheriff said that they were unfamiliar with personal hygiene and didn't even know how to flush the toilet. Wow. Jeez. This must be acknowledged. We look forward to presenting this case. Prosecutor ensuring that this mother faces consequences of her actions. Neighbors were unaware that the children lived in the home and had never seen them. They said that they had seen their mother at the home each month. So the mother did stop it by every month. Well, they probably seen her dropping fucking food off and shit. Kids were all wearing soiled clothing, matted hair, toenails so long that it was difficult to walk. Wow. Mother was found at a different location and arrested. Told Zippy that the kid's father was not involved in their lives. We don't know. Did not see why the mother abandoned them or what she was doing when she wasn't at the home. They have not released any information on the mother, what she was doing or where she was living. They haven't even released her name just to protect the children.
Well,
Jeez. That's disgusting. Fucking people don't fucking take care of their fucking kids at all. That's proof right there where we've gone.
yeah.
Oy, oy, oy.
I don't know.
Wow. A orange alligator was photographed while in South Carolina. Orange alligator. Interesting. Maybe a little toxic waste.
Jesus, I don't know. Don't want to even think about it.
Yeah.
But I just kids have no idea. They have no idea about how to live, just how to survive.
That just amazes me. Like, maybe she taught them how to use microwave or something, and they just pop shit in there.
Yeah, could be. How did it go 4 years? I don't know if the microwave lasts 4 years.
Yeah, I think it's more like based on just fucking hips and stuff. You know, if it's a weekly thing, you drop off lunch meat and they fucking eat for a day or two of the lunch meat until it's gone, and they survive on what's left.
Yeah.
It's like, wow. I don't know. Because I've heard certain people I know in the neighborhood like surviving on ramen noodles and shit.
Yeah.
Like, you put water in that, throw it in the microwave, and little bowls or cups that you have, and boom, food.
Food banks. Food banks. And
Well, yeah, but the kids aren't going to go to a food bank.
no.
I mean, that's probably where the mother was going to get them the food.
Could be.
Just dropping it off.
Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, you know.
Here's a bag of apples, and you know. Oy, oy, oy. Well, you know what, Blackwatch? I'm gonna drop off. I'm gonna end it. I appreciate you coming up, sir.
Wait till I find the.
You trying to find the leave button again?
No, I have 4 or 5 windows.
Oh, you got all.
Because I have email open, and you know certain ones I always go to. But
What's
yeah, it was
that?
an interesting conversation. It was, you know, I don't know anymore. I don't. It's like storybook time. You know what I mean? It's not real, but
Yeah.
it is. And so many, like I say, are buying into it that, you know, you can do no wrong.
Yeah. Good citizen me.
Imagine the song, When a Man Loves a Woman. He can do no wrong. You know, turn his back on his good friend. It just doesn't seem, it seems surreal.
Yeah.
You know. But
I mean, I don't think it's going to get any better. I'll tell you that. But
I strongly believe, without opening it again, But by the time it's kind of like, holy shit, it's going to be too late. Like I
Yeah.
told you about that friend of mine that's got, he says, I'm reacting because of the way my life is, which is bullshit. But the thing was, we were talking about before he was inaugurated. And I said, what happens if you take down the IRS, you do all this shit, right? Which is a very complicated structure. What about your SSI, which is our Canada pension? You know, where does it go? He said, they'll never touch that. That's our right.
That's bullshit because everything collapses once you take the foundation out, or
Yeah.
the cornerstone of something.
But he's
Yeah.
directly looking at SSI. I wonder what he's thinking now when he doesn't get his check. You know. But anyway, it you know, I've been accused of being very negative. You just look at the possibilities, probabilities, and prepare for it, right? Like office politics. I don't
Yeah.
want to blow my own horn, but I got good at it. Looking at possibilities and probabilities of office politics. I had to, with the last part I had in security. And shit, probabilities and possibilities are staring you in the face.
Well, you
But
have to
anyway,
have,
you know,
have things first to survive.
yeah. But anyway, I enjoyed it. Thank you very much. It was,
Yep. Great
as always,
conversations. I really enjoyed today.
yeah. And nobody got yelled at or kicked in the shins or
Yeah, there was no fucking hatred or yelling and name calling and shit. That's what the way things should be discussed.
yeah, it should be common interest, common.
I
But anyway,
appreciate.
I'll let you go. I guess you got to have dinner and
Yeah,
eat.
that's what I'm thinking about right now is dinner.
uh,
But
I'm
you
s-
have a great night. We might see you around. You never know.
never know. Good night, everybody. Good night.
Take care. I appreciate everybody for stopping in. Gonna shut her down. Been over what's going on 5.5 hours, 5 hours and 21 minutes. Take care. Might see you around. You never know. Have a good night. Peace.